And we should be good to go once we turn our mic on properly. Alright. It is Tuesday, which is a DDO day. So, off stream, we did finish leveling. We were like 2 ranks short when we left off last time. So, this time we are going to try to get ourselves some gear, because our gear set is not great. So, first we're going to go over what gear we have, then we're going to go over what gear we're looking for. So, build-wise, this is how we've ended up. I'm reconsidering these points in Quick Cutter because I'm finding I'm not actually using it that much. Because the Assassin Strike was changed to not be single target, but rather a frontal cleave, and a rather generous frontal cleave at that, it's not really that important. The problem is, I've looked through all the trees, and I haven't found that much useful in other trees when my double strike is already capped. Now that said, double strike being capped is actually a problem we have, as you'll see in a moment when we go over gear. So, what we have is, in this tree, we've got stuff that we actually really want. We've got Assassinate DCs, we've got Sneak Dice, we've got more Sneak Dice, Permanent Shield and Stealth Reduction. We've got our Epic Strike, +3 multi, +3 crit range, that gives us extra damage scaling the Sneak Dice, of which we have 42 Sneak Dice, and we get a little bit of melee range when we use it. Now, we have Bring Darkness to strip the sneak attack immunity from things. And we're actually in the Shadow form Mantle, not because it's the most DPS. It is actually much lower DPS, it's more of a utility mantle, because the upgrade here gives us incorporeality and concealment. Now, this stacks with displacement, so we get up to 75% displacement, or concealment rather, which doesn't give us any DPS. Like, if we were here, then we get, we get stacking debuffs, we get more W and all that sort of thing. Or here, well, this is a bad one to compare against. It's just generally not that good, because I don't make things helpless a lot. In any case, so we've taken a more soloing defensive related mantle, so we're not at max DPS. Immunity to energy drain. This is just straight up like +9 to hit if you're in like a raid setting, because you get 3 to hit. Then you get 3 to hit for sneak attacks, which you're going to be doing as long as it's facing away from you, which it should be. And then you get 3 more for flanking. So that's 9 hit for 3 points. And since I did notice that I was not hitting as much as I wanted to, because we look at, we've only got 134, which is not very high. We want those extras. And then, of course, we have our crit multi, bows, thrown weapons, crossbows, quarterstaffs, and finessable melee weapons. And daggers count as finessable melee weapons. We have Unholy Feeding, which is mostly we'll say, a survivability thing because of the temporary health points. Now, unlike some other sources of temporary health points, this not only doesn't stack with itself, but they are very, very short term. These only last like 10 seconds. So you won't even like get one left over from the previous pack while you run to the next pack. That said, it's very nice. Now over here, we are still in our double strike. I'll show you why in a minute. We have this for more max dex bonus. This means more so than the dex bonus, we care about the dodge that it unlocks for the max dex bonus. And of course, more action boosts, imbue dice, healing amp, health, just general stats. And we have this, which, dodge, bypass on action boost, but really the cores are here for melee power. And we have this, which I suppose it's an excuse to use Quick Cutter, because it scales with a lot of stuff. But, yeah. So, we have Quick Cutter, which we can use. I haven't found myself using it that much. We also have damage type bypass, Shout. Shout is really here because what I'm using most of this tree for, and why I'm not using something else at the moment, is this. The ability to cast heal on myself that scales with melee power. And of course, this other stuff is okay, but it's mostly just here to get us up here, because a lot of stuff has to do with raging, which we don't do. We have this charge ability, which I don't really care about. If we had 3 more points, we'd put them in here for more hit and 2% damage. But we don't, so we don't. Alright, let's go to gear. So, one thing of note, we don't have our Bracers of the Unseen Assassin anymore, because they were a heroic piece. Which means we currently have no bonuses to assassination in our gear, which means our assassinations are not hitting in legendary quests. They just aren't. So, what do we have instead then? Well, we have 2 pieces of this for the set bonus for sneak dice, dex, con, all that. So that's good, mostly for the sneak attack dice. And of course, this piece has all of your basic physical damage things. We've got Seeker, we have Deception, Accuracy, and Deadly. Very convenient item to wear. And I think I have Sapphire Defense in it. So we got that. We have this to complete the set bonus, which gives us the mobility feat. It gives us armor bonus, which doesn't count because it doesn't stack with our armor. It gives us dodge, and it gives us tumble, which are, nice to have. We don't have any augments in it, but that's fine. Alright, then we get to our main problem with all this, is that we don't currently have Double Strike slotted anywhere. So, right now, standing, we have 70 Double Strike, which means when we use our Vistani ability, we go up to 90. So we are short 10 Double Strike from where we should be. Now, of course, if we slot it in at this level, Double Strike is plus 15, so we'll be 5 over, and so we'd get some epic points back. Or maybe we would choose to get this point back and put it somewhere else. Like here for auto search on low level stuff or something like that. But, that being said, so we do have Spectre boots, which have the double strike on them. However, the Deep Snow boots are currently accounting for a lot of our health. So, because they have our insightful quality and normal constitution, thanks to that diamond in the green augment slot. So if we take these off, look at our health, we're at 2975, 2470. So these boots account for 500 health. Which is why we're wearing them, plus 30 physical resist because we have the winter cloak as well. So what else do we have? We're wearing part of the family, pretty basic. Ours has Reaper on it, which is nice, and True Seeing, Armor Pen, Deadly, which doesn't stack, and of course the armor, Physical Sheltering, Healing Amp, False Life, etc., etc. The cloak is mostly a dead stat outside of the set bonus, because our armor gives False Life, and we don't really need Life Sealed because we already resist Life Drain, so it doesn't matter. So this is mostly just Cold Absorb and 20 PRR, so there's room for improvement here. We have the Insightful Intelligence and Profane 3 belt, which is nice. We don't have augments in it, including we don't have an augment, a moon augment in it. So the moon augment could be a good place to put like physical or magical resistance rating or anything like that, because we don't currently have profane physical or resistance magic rating, and we could use more magic resist rating. Now, we are capped at 100 because we're in light armor, but, 30 PRR would get, MRR, magic resist rating, would get us up to 100, which would be very, very nice. So, we are wearing the acid ring, because, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize that I got Divine Fortune on this. Like, it's not a favorite item, but, a little bit to absorb, a little bit saves, and a fortune bonus to PRR, so that's 4 PRR on it, which is nice. And this is our DC caster ring, we're wearing it for the int. And we have already swapped out the filigree in it. So the filigree are, to put it simply, a mess. What I have learned since trying to work out the filigree is that we are at a huge disadvantage for being intelligence-based. Because the sets that we want to run, stuff like Next Fall and things like that, those sets have raid filigree that give dex. The raid filigree that give int are on caster sets and don't really help us. So we have to basically choose between main stat and set bonuses. And because I'm not planning on running a bunch of lives like this, and I haven't spent much time at cap recently, so I don't have that many threads, I have chosen to not purchase any raid filigree for this setup, which means this is all just filigree I happened to have. Now, in so doing, I found out that because I haven't been at cap, and because even when I've been at cap, I've been running more, we'll say, more recent content, a lot of the sets that I wanted are in Ravenloft. And I didn't have that many filigree from Ravenloft. So that's the reason I'm here, is because I ran through all of the Ravenloft quests on like R4-ish, doing optional side chests and all as well, because the side chests have filigree in them. So we got some good stuff, mostly not as useful, but suffice to say. Now, what's our weapon? We do have a legendary Gold Curse dagger, which is very nice, especially because ours has Mythic and Reaper on it. And you can see our set bonuses here. So essentially what we did for our set bonuses is mostly just going for melee power, which does mean our DCs and our Assassinate is lower. Like you can see that we don't even have 4-piece Treachery. And this is a 9-slot filigree weapon. Like, it is almost maxed out. You probably have some filigree I have. What do I need? That is where the issue is, actually. Because I'm not running raid filigree, my options are limited. I think what I need most would probably be certain sets. I would need another another melee power piece. Because I wanted a melee power in both sides, like in the artifact and the weapon, and I had one, so I ended up going for like melee power on one side and like hit to damage in the other. It's not too bad. But let's see. Treachery. What did I end up? I just ended up like. Oh wait, I think I actually got one of these in my farming. Let me actually check. Where is Treachery? TREA. Treachery. Ah, excellent. I did find one in my most recent, when I went through and farmed them. There we go. Okay, so now we have 4-piece Treachery, so that gives us 2 to assassinate DCs. I have 1 slot open. And if we look at our set bonuses when we have both of them equipped, we'll see what our options are for that +1. So, Next Fall, don't care about that one. Treachery, we're already at 4. Sucker Punch, we're already at 3 because we got our sneak attack dice. Dreadbringer, now Dreadbringer was an option I was considering for those last 2 slots that I had as opposed to Treachery. Because for 2 more, I would get another 10 melee power. But it looks like right now, I don't really have anything that's going to give me a big bonus as far as set bonuses go. So I could just shove anything in here. What I might end up doing is going for, because it's just 1, something a little bit defensive. Like I can just put on a dodge and maximum dodge. We'll grab that. We'll grab one of those. Also because I have 4 of them, so I can just destroy it instead of... Oh, right. Yes. We'll take it off. Go back here. There. Put it on. There we go. But no, I kind of designed what I'm wearing around what I had, so I don't have an idealized list Or rather, I do have an idealized list, but it would contain raid filigree, and I'm not spending threads on them. I mean, I have more threads than I used to, because I did join a raid train over the weekend. But, yeah, so now that we have sentience on, and everything like that, we can look at a couple things for our stats that have to do with this gear set. Now, one thing that's a major downside, Assassinate DC 72. Now, that goes up to 77 if we sneak around for a couple seconds. Still not good. And another key point we need to improve is this. Epic Gold Curse Dagger in the offhand. So, that's not good. Also, we have this set of goggles, which are not helping us much. They're here for speed, and that is it. And, you know, so we have search and spot while walking around. So, there's one problem with this, which is, over the weekend, I also tried farming. There are 2 items that would be a huge asset to this build. They both dropped from the same quest, one of the new Wayloon quests. One is a dagger, and one is a necklace that has Assassinate and Insightful Assassinate on it. I have ransacked that chest. And I got some stuff from it, like this pack rat thing, that drops from there, and there's a belt I got from there with, like, quality trapping skills on it, which I don't care about. But, yeah, so that's been ransacked. So, I cannot farm for that tonight. Oh, also, throwing weapon in case I need to throw stuff. I had it in the bank. It's bound to character. Might as well pull it out on the build that can throw daggers. So we can't farm for that particular dagger tonight because we're ransacked on that chest. Now, another option for a dagger would be going to Sands, getting the Volcurum dagger, which is in this set, and then farming the legendary set of these bracers in Myth Draenor. So I'd be wearing the legendary version of these bracers, and then this set bonus would come from having the Volcurum dagger in the offhand, which, you know, would be nice. And I'd actually have, like, another 16 plus 3, 5? Another 20-ish Assassinate, which would be nice. Now, other key things missing from our set right now that I haven't quite figured out how to work them in. We have Intelligence, Insightful Intelligence, also Festive Intelligence is slotted here. We have Profane from the Profane 3. We do not have Quality Intelligence, we do not have Artifact Intelligence. So our int is actually fairly low for being int-based at 72. So that's not great. Also, we haven't, like, prioritized int. As you saw with the filigree, we went for melee power. We could have gone for more int there if we wanted, but I wanted the melee power. Speaking of which, we already looked at Double Strike. It is at 90 when we have our buff up, and that's without having any Double Strike in our gear set, which is unfortunate. And here, our melee power is sitting at 252, which is okay, I guess. It's not great. Or maybe it is for Assassin, I don't know, because they don't get a ton of melee power from their enhancements. It's not like Fighter that gets a billion melee power from their enhancements. But yes. So today, I believe our first point of farming is going to be looking for that dagger from Sands. Now, which Sands quest is this dagger in? The Sands quest that we're looking for is Offering of Blood. We will not be able to run it on Reaper because we are too high level for that, so we will be going through on Elite. Send me to Swabi's Revenge, and unfortunately, it is not a walk-up, which means we will have to run to it each time. So, let's see. Let us get the right quest giver. Oh, very nice. You got a dev job. I know you'd said that you were, like, kind of struggling with that. Is it in a field you want, or is this just mostly it's like, oh, a job. I just needed my bills to be payable. Aha. That's kind of a sad self-own April Fool's, but I'm still rooting for you to get that job, nonetheless. Also, welcome in. Today is mostly going to be a gear farming night, because we have a couple level 20 pieces of gear. And the build is doing okay. Like, R4 Ravenloft, I think we had like 2 deaths. Mostly when I was farming the new legendary stuff in... Excuse me. Yep, there we go. In the new Wayloon quests, I did them mostly on R1. And I did manage it on R4, but it was very close. So, could be better. Oh, you know what? We have a gold roll. Let's see what we get there.
An inordinate amount of dust whirls around this steep, narrow bridge.
Oh, it didn't pop up because it was describing the bridge. In our little chat box, we rolled an 8. So we got 1,000 experience and 10,000 plat. Yay!
For one
Silver
hoping
roll.
to end their existence, a ledge this high up is the perfect place to leap
Rolled a
from.
90 and got a questing tools prize. So we got Bigby's red hands. Alright. Now, unlike some other packs, the Sands Wilderness does not have an epic version, so this is all just normal low-level Sands. Okay, no rare spawn. And the dagger we're looking for is in side rooms. So we are going to be going into all of the side rooms as we go through. Now, obviously, this is not going to be as difficult as some of the other farming we're going to be doing later. Because, well, it's like a level 23 quest. As opposed to the one we're going to be doing later is going to be Myth Draenor.
This
And,
enormous
you know,
crack
more
leads
recent
to the
content is
folklore
harder. We
spiral
can't go on Reaper,
site of
we have to
many
go on Elite.
ritual sacrifices.
So,
Your dangerous
off we go.
climb ends high above a large chamber, the site of many ritual. A golden vessel
Hey,
atop
everybody.
the altar catches your eye.
blood offering.
You slip the offering into your pack, careful not to spill any of the contents.
Hi.
Cries of alarm sound out from the upper reaches of this chamber.
Now
The
we can just
drow
walk
are
through
coming
and basically
for you.
one-shot everything on our way. Oh, he didn't die to the first shot. How impressive for him. It is interesting
These doors are meant
trying to time things while running for certain, let's say, we'll say animations. Because some attacks hit like everything around you almost immediately, and some of them don't. Like, they have a longer wind-up time. So if you hit them, like, as you get to the mobs, you won't hit them because the attack doesn't go off until you're past them.
a scorro in glittering finery calls up people to a parade.
I did not double-check which of these I can get it from, because if I remember these drops correctly, what happens is, like, some of them only drop, like, after the second aspect. And some of them will drop on, like, any of the side rooms. And I don't remember which is which. But we should be fine. And it's easy enough to pick these locks. So, let's see what we can do here. Let's see, this is just rest
Drow
shrines. We'll collect
reinforcements
some
are on their
mushrooms and be
way.
on our way.
You cannot stay here for long.
But yeah, if we look at our defenses, we have 75% concealment, 25 incorporeality, and I was like, wait, only 30 dodge? It's like, yes. I should have 33 dodge, but 3 of those come from Reaper points, so we do not get those in Elite. You only get those in Reaper. Which is, of course, fine. Now, when I thought back about my build, I think taking Patience as a feat was a mistake. Because, while we do like the big number And, for example, while leveling, it was very useful because we'd just basically walk up, we'd hit quick cutter, and everything dies. So I thought, okay, so much of our damage is coming from front-loaded active abilities that patience should probably be good. The problem with that is that now that I'm actually at cap and stuff has more health, this is incorrect. More of my damage comes from auto attacks. And specifically, a lot of our damage comes from the secondary effects of our auto attacks, not the front number, but things like the sneak attack dice. And when you have 42 sneak dice, taking a 10% hit to attack speed is actually a pretty big hit. So I don't think that patience was the correct choice, but it does occasionally let us have big numbers, so we do like that part. Also, we have yet to get a named. Well, if nothing else, we're getting crafting material. Oh, wait, there's the spectral gloves, which are another option in theory for this set, except that they conflict with part of the family, and I don't see myself dropping part of the family. That said, I can always throw these onto my crafting mule. I have one specifically set aside for, like, all the upgradable gear, and just various other miscellaneous things. Okay, I do not see any chest or named here, so we will be moving on. Moving on. Yep. So yeah, you can see that we're really not taking any damage at all, thanks to that temporary health we get on kill. Oh, Ward of the Undead. Or Ward of Undeath. Okay. We get to just feed that. I already have at least one. Okay, off we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh! Alright, where are we? Here we are. Okay, alright. Be smarter about it. Note that you do get the buff that lets you do extra sneak damage, even if you don't land that hit on the strike. You still get Dark Imbuement, which means you still get stuff like, if you took these options, you'd get, like, Meld into Darkness. Which would also be a good option for us if we wanted to try, like, soloing more stuff at higher levels.
An avatar of Volkur the Cunning.
We popped our every moment, which is why everything that's trying to attack us is just instantly dying.
With the defeat of Volkur's final aspect.
Well, no dagger this time, because I think it's only in side rooms, not in side rooms or the final chest.
Gloom of the spiral
but that's only one run. We have multiple attempts, and it's a pretty quick quest. Yes, yes.
And make your escape.
Alright. No luck that time. And we can't re-enter because it is not a walk-up, so we'll go back to town, turn in, re-get it, do this all over again. Now, one benefit is that because I haven't run these in epics a ton, I don't think I don't know how many of these desert crystals I have. I have over 1,000. Okay, so we're not going to be too concerned about our ability to actually upgrade this. Alright, heart seeds, thank you. And back we go. Now, the faster way to do this would be if I had an alt account or something like that. What you can do is do the same thing you would do for like with a Shadow Crypt opener. Just have someone else in party who has the quest, and then you can red door it, even if you've already completed it. So you don't need to do this whole back and forth to town thing. But we will be fine. So I looked into a few different daggers that we could use. One is this Volcurum dagger, which has the benefit of letting us swap out our bracers for assassinate bracers. Of course, if we got the assassinate neck, then we wouldn't need assassinate bracers. And we could also use that dagger, as I mentioned, from the rogue quest, basically,
An inordinate
in
amount of
Wayland.
dust swirls around this
And
steep
that one would be
narrow
nice
bridge.
because right now I have, of course, the legendary Gold Curse dagger, which turns things into gold. And the other dagger that I could use turns things into ice.
For one
So
hoping to
it'd be
end
nice
their
to have that whole double crowd
existence,
control thing
this
going on.
tie-up is the perfect place to leap from.
But alas, it is not to be so far. So let's see, what were the other dagger options I looked at? Of course, I could just grab random dagger from any of the legendary packs that would, you know, actually be at cap. So I could grab a Barovian dagger, I could grab a Pharaoh Crystal dagger, I could grab any of those, but they're not worth really caring about. If I'm trying to get a decent
This
setup, I'll
enormous
go for
plaque
something that is
leads
like
to the
actually good.
Volkur spiral,
Now,
site of many ritual
oh right, yes,
sacrifices.
sorry, I can't go in on Reaper. Thank you for reminding me.
Your dangerous climb ends high above a golden vessel atop the altar catches. You slip the offering into your pack. Careful not to spill any of the contents. Cries of
off we go.
alarm sound out from the upper reaches of this chamber.
We did pick up Defensive
Drow
Tumble as a
are
feat.
coming for you.
I need to get more used to actively using it. Because, well, it's not very useful if you don't use it.
These doors are meant to be facing out.
That's not exactly what I meant to do, but we'll take it. Alright. Just like last time. There's a guy in here somewhere, who I cannot see. Cast Burning Blood on me, which is just the haha you can't open doors debuff. Alright. Hello!
Sorrow, glittering fire calls upon Volkur for aid.
What do we have? Nothing. Alright, off we go. Just keep tagging people on my way out. Now you'll note that we don't have auto search anymore because when we hit cap we did redo our heroic enhancements as well. And we redid the heroic enhancements so that we could actually get the plus 10 damage when you do what? When you poison mark something with your poison mark. So I did take my auto search out in favor of better single target damage, which I think is a good trade at cap. Single target damage at cap is kind of important, especially if you're trying to run stuff on a higher difficulty. Like, because a lot of builds, and that's true, more damage is more good, but a lot of builds might, like, make it through everything. Like, they'll make it to the end boss, and then it's like, well, sorry, you can't survive long enough to take all the boss's health, so you can't finish. Because there's often a big step up in difficulty from the boss. For soloing, at least. Often because soloing
Volkur,
involves
the hunter, desires a new offering
a
of blood.
lot of crowd control, generally.
Volkur, the hunter,
So you can crowd control most stuff on your way to the boss, and then you're at the boss and it's just like, well, sorry, crowd control doesn't work anymore. You'd best have defensive cooldowns and lots of damage. Let's see, we got thieves' tools and more crafting stuff, but no named. So on we go in our hunt for daggers. Also, chain attack, super useful for this sort of farming when we're not in any particular danger. Which will not always be the case. Alright, how about this chest? There we go, that's the dagger we wanted. We'll finish up to get our token and then be on our way. Hi. And because we're already here farming, we might as well just hit the rest of the side rooms. There's nothing in this side room. Very well. Off we go anyway. Still, that's not too bad a farm to get it on the second run. Of course, this particular farm is helped by the fact that there are a lot of different chests that it can be in. So it's not like you just have a single shot at the end chest. But we'll see if our luck holds. How dare you? How dare you give me the you can't pull levers and open doors debuff? Okay. Alright, off we go. This time we're not going to make the same mistake. Gonna wait for them to stop blowing, then go up. No, I was looking for that dagger because my offhand dagger is currently a level 20 dagger. So I was looking for an upgrade. So this dagger not only will be level 30 once I upgrade it, but it also will free up my bracer slot for the piece we're going to try to farm next.
An avatar of Volkur the Hunter.
Which is a set of assassinate bracers out of Myth Draenor, which is going to be a significantly harder quest because, well, it's going to be the same level and on Reaper and all that. So not quite the steamroll that is a level 21 quest. So yeah, we're not even... Oh wait, you said for Reaper XP? I definitely can't farm it for Reaper XP. We're in on Elite. We can't go in on Reaper because we have reached level cap. We're at 34, and it's a level 21 quest. So they don't let you in on Reaper anymore once you're that much higher. Fortunately, we got what we were looking for. Now we need to go to the 12, I think? To upgrade it? I think there's more than one altar, but the altar that we're going to be headed toward is in the 12. So we're going to upgrade that, stick it in our offhand, and head to Myth Draenor and see what we can do there. Now, the quest that we're going to be going to is the one where you have to rescue the prisoners from the drow, like something something below. It's the one all the way to the east. Fortunately, unlike this quest, the quest giver is right outside, so we won't have to do any sort of running back and forth. We'll have the long run out there because everything in Myth Draenor is super spread out. But once we're there, you know, grab the quest, turn in the quest, turn around, grab the quest, turn in the quest. And it's all just very easy at that point. Okay. Or get it on first try. That is another possibility. It's not a possibility that I'm counting on, but it is certainly a possibility. We need, yes, epic rituals. Show me Volkur dagger. Nope, that's sacrificial dagger. Ancient Volkurum dagger. Make epic. Epic ancient Volkurum dagger. Oh, right, yes, we need the Altar of Legendary Rituals to move it up another step. And that needs star fragments, Oh, I don't have that many star fragments because I haven't been doing Salt Marsh. Oh well. I don't upgrade stuff that often, so we should be fine. Make legendary. Alright, so now we have our legendary Ancient Volcrum Dagger, which most of the stuff on it isn't that good. Like, I like the adamantine, but in general, it's not great. The main reason we would want this is that it lets us keep this set bonus while switching out these bracers for the legendary version of these. So, where is our dagger? Not that one. This one? There we go. And of course, just the basic, like, stats upgrade on it. Like, if we compare it, so, yeah. 4 1d4 plus 6, or 6 1d4 plus 2, plus 8. Well, okay, that's not a fair comparison. Let's move them over here. Because when you're wearing it, you see active stats. So, base stats go from 1d4 to 1d4 plus 2. And it goes from 4 to 6. So, base damage goes from 4 times 2.5, which is 10. So, 10 plus 6, so 16 damage. Versus 4.5 times 6 is 24 plus 3, which is 27, plus 15 is 42. 16 base damage, 42 base damage. So, yeah. Alright, now it is off to Myth Draenor. And we'll see what we can do. Actually, let's test for the moment putting on the heroic version of these, because we still have the set bonus. Yes? Yes. So, we now have plus 9 assassinate, which is nice. But, did we lose our dodge? We did. Okay, so we will need to slot dodge somewhere then, because we do want to actually hit our max dodge chance, and this plus 9 is not going to be enough. However, dodge is an easy thing to slot in. That said, we will figure out where we're going to slot it in later. There's plenty of ways to get dodge. I can stick an augment on something. It's really not a big deal. Let's see. What is the fastest way to get to the Gatekeeper's Grove from here? We'll just run through the harbor. It's right here anyway. So, here we go. And off we go. Oh, we have an ad break coming up. We're going to hit that ad break actually immediately, because we're just running places right now. So, we'll be back from ads by the time we get to the quest. So, we won't start the quest without you, and I'll see you in 2.5 minutes. Probably, hopefully, maybe. Unless you don't get ads for whatever reason, in which case, you're still here. Welcome. So, off we go to Myth Draenor. And we did run Myth Draenor in Heroics, so I believe that we should be able to exit out the east side here. Eastern edge of the ruins. Wait, where I encountered those Drow raiders. I don't know where exactly that is, but I'm about to find out. Where on the map? Oh. You can teleport straight to it once you've completed it. Okay. Well, we're gonna go to our BRB screen then. And we'll be back when the ads are over. So I'll go refill my drink. Okay, and we're back. So, what I learned is that because I already did them in heroics, the East Gate person can teleport you directly to the quest giver. Now let me double check that I'm on the right quest. So the bracers that I'm looking for are Unseen Assassin, Bracers of the Unseen Assassin, drop throne, portal 2 below, end chest. Excellent. We'll start on R1 and see how it feels. Maybe go up if it feels too easy.
You've followed the path of the Drow, deep into the Underdark. Occasional signs of their passage show that you're getting close. The path ends abruptly in a sheer drop-off. It seems the only way to go is down.
So this is why I like the Gold Curse Dagger. Because we get lots of crowd control.
You notice a small green leaf lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path.
That was the wrong button. As you can see, we are not successfully landing.
Claws its way out of the cave floor, its insect-like eyes tracking your every move.
Alright. So we are going to actually have a hard time with this guy because he has a lot of health. Man, that's a lot of health. Let's just hit this just in case. So, the reason that we're moving around is that if you're behind them, you don't get hit by the gaze attack. There we go. Yep. So, that was actually just an experiment. I didn't actually know if that was going to do it or not, because I had a disagreement with someone in a Discord about this. That they were like, no, you can't do that, you're just making your saves. And so I tested it, and it looks like I am probably correct. Alright. Well, that fight doesn't bode well for us going into the end fight, because we had some difficulty there, and having difficulty already is not a good sign. Also, I'm not sure if you caught it before it died, but you may have noticed that the Gold Curse Dagger works on Reapers. Why does the Gold Curse that like turns things into gold work on Reapers? I don't know. But it does, so that's nice. So why am I taking crits? I mean, I guess 160 isn't that good as far as fortification, but it's not that bad either. Also, that's some nasty poison there. Now we're bleeding.
Massive mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest.
You know what? I didn't know there was a set of rest shrines here. Oh. Guarded by the weakest mobs we've found in here so far. So that's nice.
This small clearing shows signs of having been recently used as a camp.
There we go. Wait, where are all the others? I was like, wait a second. I'm using AoE abilities here, and there's only 2, when there should be more. Now, one downside to running these things solo is obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we have 42 sneak dice. And while we do have, well, I don't know the exact right way to put this. While we do have the capability to make them vulnerable to them, that being, we have like improved deception on our gear, and we're using Shiv to bluff them and things like that, it's not going to be 100% uptime. So we are losing damage that we could have if we were in a group, which is just something you have to handle if you're solo farming things. There we go. So you see that we're cutting through groups very easily, but that red named earlier was a bit of a problem. Also, something that's not currently in our gear set: hide and move silently. So, as you see, basically everything sees me before I even walk up to it. Which, again, not ideal. Oh hey, we landed an assassinate. Or I suppose it would be more accurate to say that something finally rolled a 1 on its save. But hey, progress. And unfortunately, it's pretty hard to slot, hide, and move silently because, well, those are skills, and skill gems are hard to come by because they only can be received from random drops or the cash shop. So that's not ideal. Highly likely that we die here because I can't apparently land on the ground in order to kill things. Fortunately, the proc rate on turning things into gold is high. Now, it's not like the Tracery Storm thing that they're turned to gold for like an hour. The duration on it is actually like 30 seconds or so. But 30 seconds on crowd control in Reaper is a long, long time, especially if I can apply it to a full group at once with chains. Basically, everything that isn't immune to it fails the saving throw pretty frequently. This is just shrines, right? We might as well use them. It's not like we lose buffs for doing it. Or stacks of anything. And mostly I'm doing this to make sure I have enough haste boost charges. Because haste boost is incredibly useful. There are 2 red named bosses at the end of this quest that we want to take care of. Oh, speaking of red named bosses, I should have used my extra damage thing on the previous red named.
The lead drow gives you a scathing look.
Okay.
It seems
I don't know how much
some
health this thing
surface
has,
rabble
but
has
the
caught
answer
up
is
to
more
us,
than me.
just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the hook horror leaps to the attack.
We're attacking. It's attacking. We've used all of our cooldown, so it's all downhill from here. Our healing only lands 15 for 1200 because we're in combat. And it's only down to half health. I thought I used my epic moment earlier, but apparently it did not go off. We've got our second set of cooldowns going. We'll be able to heal soon, hopefully. I failed a command. So, fun fact. The ads come before it's dead if you take a long time to kill it. I didn't know that because I've only been in groups or low difficulty levels where it dies first by a large margin. That was close. So, the problem is we can't run back to that shrine because of this. So we are going to need to Gibbers. And let's see, our cooldown is up.
The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk. Then it collapses to
Come
the
on,
ground.
I have like
Dead.
I have 45 seconds to kill you.
Fills the drow leader's eyes. Pay for hurting my pet. Prepare to die.
Come on. Below 30%. Son of a bitch. Failed by like 2% health. Okay. Let's try this again. What can we do differently? Well, amongst other things, we now know that the ads are going to come midway through, so that's something to keep in mind. So we'll handle that. And after that, I'm not sure exactly how much we can do for those just stand there and stat check each other fights. Just get healed up a little bit. Let's see, we have all of our gear on. Healer hire? I suppose a hireling might be useful, but the problem is getting it there alive. Well, I can obviously just like park it at the entrance. It's worth a shot. Take me to Gatekeeper's Grove. Yeah, you're right. It'll probably be useful for just the red names, because the red names are going to be looking at me. Hopefully. And because it's been, like, this close, all I really need is them to land, like, a heal. Like, if I got one extra heal on me, I think it would do it. So, yeah, this place. Enter. Alright, we'll reset it. Reset. We're gonna say R1 is the highest we're gonna run at. It's interesting that this one is hits so much harder than the new Wayloon ones. You don't really think about these things when you're with a group just plowing through stuff, but the whole, it's like, by the way, you're gonna have to fight 3 different red names and 2 of them with no break in between it. And it's like, well, in some cases, that's no big deal. Like, no one cares. Like, so what? So you just like 2-shot them and you go about your day.
You've followed the path of the drow.
We don't have that option
into the
all the
Underdark.
time.
Occasional signs of their passage show that you're getting close. The path ends abruptly in a sheer drop-off.
The added thing of,
seems the
and
only
they're going to
way
put
to
this
go
bleed on you,
is down.
does make them a little bit trickier. Go. We don't care about anything down that passage.
You notice a small green leaf lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path.
But yeah, for most of these packs, where we can just walk up,
A massive umber hulk claws its way out of the
be
cave
like,
floor.
hi.
Its insect-like eyes tracking your every move.
You know, we can use this. Oh, I didn't move fast enough to dodge the gaze. Now, what I should have done is I should have paid attention and gone to a shrine. Because we don't have all of our boosts. Okay. Follow. So we're just gonna not use boosts. We're gonna brute force it with the hireling. Go. And yes, we are deliberately taking the gaze there, because I don't want him to turn around and look at the hireling. That's just basically how that works there.
The massive creature crashes to the ground.
Okay, you, come over here.
shaking the cavern.
Stay. We're going to run over to the Fear Reaper. There we go. And this one got turned to gold off to the side, so we'll pick that one up. And they're dead. Well done. Off we go. These hook horrors aren't so bad, because they don't have ridiculous amounts of health. It's just the red names have a ridiculous amount
Massive
of health.
mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest. This small clearing shows signs of having been recently used as a camp.
There we go. This time we actually beat them up. Hit all of them with the chains. Oh, never mind. I was wrong. Right. I don't think this chest has named loot in it, but we'll open it anyway. Because obviously, we're playing Rogue. It's a locked chest. These things just kind of go together. Oh. Well then. It's probably better than the Volcorum dagger, to be honest. Because of the aligned on it, as opposed to just adamantine. But, you know, I had no way of knowing that I would get a dagger just that easily. Hello, welcome. We are trying to get stop failing command DCs. I failed to save against harm too. What is this? So yeah, we are farming for bracers. And we just failed to complete this quest because the end fight is trouble, for lack of a better word. And our gear set is not ideal. Don't get me wrong, it's solid. Like, anyone new to the game or with, say, like the first lifers, like, yeah, you've only got like 2 sets and a bunch of various good items. It's like, yes, but it's missing things. So, we're trying to actually get some assassinate going on the assassin. And we currently have 0 pieces of gear that give us assassinate. So we're here for bracers. That's what we're farming. But the hook horror, it's got so much health. I mean, it's not because they have high saves. Like, my DCs on assassinate are super low because it doesn't benefit from normal tactics. And it doesn't do a lot of other things, really. I hate this particular fight. Like, your melee, congratulations. He's gonna float over the water for most of the time and you can't get him. Oh. Yeah. 140 assassinate? I don't know how you get numbers that high. Because mine's at like 70. No, 80, yeah, 63. Gear? Let's see. 16 baseline, 4 quality, 9 insightful. That's 29. I'm still short 50. I could pick up, I think, another 4 if I change my filigree to prioritize it. Actually, I take that back. What I would need to do is respec entirely to dex-based so I can use raid filigree that are useful. But I'm currently int-based, which means the int-based raid filigree are not good. Or at least they're not good for me. They're really good if you're like, let's say a DC caster like a Deep Gnome. Yeah, that makes sense. Main stat 160. Or 114 rather. My main stat is like 72. Because when I did my filigree, I prioritized melee power. Because 1, I'm not going to be on this life long enough to spend threads on filigree. And 2, when I looked at filigree, the raid filigree don't help me much as int-based. So, whereas on dex-based, I could be like, hey, I get melee power and assassinate DCs by dropping in all these 2 dex raid filigrees. It doesn't really work for int-based, which is unfortunate. But, you know. You still want the strength ones for the melee power? Two for 18. Are we talking the Sucker Punch 1 against many set? It's not in this one. I swear I have a second one, but it's probably in some, like, melee-specific, like, lesser artifact somewhere in a stash somewhere. How are you getting 4 per rare filigree? Because most of my rare filigree were giving me, like, physical resist and magical resist. Oh, the raid rares. Okay. Okay, so you're assuming not just raid filigree, but rare raid filigree. 10% 8 from theirs. Yep. So let's see. One thing I have liked about the Epic Strike is the ability, as you saw there, that I can hit it before going into a pack. Yep. I'm actually using the Shadow Dancer one at the moment. I have Quick Cutter because I used it a lot while leveling, but I haven't found it as good at cap. Mostly because this one upgrades better. Like, the Quick Cutter upgrades are less impressive than the apply your sneak dice to everything, and I've got 42 sneak dice, so yeah, I like double sneak dice. Although, for this kind of soloing, I should probably just be getting meld instead. Okay. Let's see. What were things I need to do? Because last time, I died with him at basically 2%. Gibbers got on the boss, died when the boss was at 2%. Ah, true. Yeah, so this wasn't designed for AoE clearing. As you noticed, the AoE clearing is pretty solid, mostly because I'm wearing a gold curse dagger and everything turns into statues as I spin my chains around. So
the lead drow gives you a scathing look. It seems some surface rabble has caught up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the hook horror leaps to the attack.
So this time, we are going to be cheating a little bit. By doing this. It is interesting because this time I was nowhere near as close. Like, I guess I'm just been getting unlucky on dodges this time, or I was just lucky last time. Because he's hitting me way more, and crit for that matter. 30%. I mean, at least the epic moment just destroys everything as it jumps down at me. It's a shame about the internal cooldown on the sneak dice, though. But yeah, I'm definitely not optimized for damage, as should be apparent by the fact that I'm in the Shadow Dancer stance.
Dead. Fury fills the Drow leader's eyes. You are hurting my pet.
If I wanted to do damage, then I would be in like Legendary Dreadnought or something. Something that gives plus W at least. But since I knew I was going to be soloing stuff like this, having the extra defenses is pretty nice.
The light goes out of the Drow leader's eyes as she slumps to the ground.
I can't get it until I talk to all these people. There we go.
The captives give quiet thanks as they're released. They quickly disappear into the mushroom stalks, heading back
yay,
to the
elemental
surface.
avatar filigree.
You've dealt with
That's what
the
I wanted.
raiders and freed the captives. Time to leave the Underdark and
But yeah,
return
it's sort
to
of
the ruins of Myth Dragon.
the build isn't amazing at anything because I ended up kind of in the middle of things. It's like, I'll be an assassin, and then by the time I hit cap, it's like, if I really wanted to push my assassinate DCs, I have chosen the wrong main stat. So it's just like, well, that's unfortunate. So it's just like, well, I'll prioritize melee power, I guess. And so I'm not really the best at anything. And what's this? Did you mean to trade? Oh. Oh wait, you have a bunch of like raid filigrees standing around? Thanks. Do you not need those? Like, I'm probably not even going to use them this life. Oh, you have 11,000 threads. Well, that'll do it then. Buffs.
You've followed the path of the Drow deep into the Underdark. Occasional signs of their passage show that you're getting close. The path ends abruptly in a sheer drop-off.
How many threads do I have? I mean, I just
seems
did hit
the
a
only
couple
way
raids.
to go is down.
2,700.
You notice a small green leaf lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path. A massive umber hulk claws its way out of the cave floor, its insect-like eyes tracking your every move.
Assassination move, I should be doing lots of damage. But as far as damage cooldowns are concerned, that doesn't compete with no holds bar. Oh, that's a Fear Reaper. Come back here. Be turned into gold.
Massive mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest. This small clearing shows signs of having been recently used as a camp.
So, how many of you guys are you actually up to on that, on the Inquisitive? Because Alchemists can get a ridiculous amount. Yeah, 2 Rogue, 3 Ranger. 41. Yeah, that's a lot. And it's a multiple of 7, which is even better. That's pretty low, actually, as far as Inquisitives go. Are you, like, prioritizing a different stat instead? Like, you went for just more all-ranged power filigree or something? Or you just, I guess it makes a big difference on classes as well. Because something like Alchemist or Wizard that just gets them for free for having levels is more. All range power and double shot filigree makes sense. Especially given the, we'll say the threat issues of the imbue part of the damage. Nice. Although the more impressive one there is the double shot. The ranged power is definitely really good, but stacking that much double shot is a lot. I was just trying to make sure that I got... Well, actually, it depended on the class, I think. Like, sometimes I felt like I needed more to get up. Yeah, that's really big numbers on that much double shot, aka triple shot.
Look. It seems some surface rabble has caught up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the hook horror leaps to attack. Don't you stick your dog, you idiots! Kill them! She looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk, and it collapses to dead. Fury fills the drow leader's eyes. You'll pay for hurting my pet? Prepare to die! Yep. The light goes out of the drow leader's eyes as she
this one takes a bit to unlock.
The captives give quiet thanks as they're released. They quickly disappear into the mushroom stalks, heading back to the surface. You've dealt with the raiders
want
and
some
freed the
XP?
captives.
I got 1,000
Time
XP
to
here.
leave the Underdark and return to the ruins of Myth Drana.
I probably do need it more, but you just gave me a ton of stuff, so go ahead and have it. And need it more is relative. Like, my weapon's got 9 slots on it. It's really at the diminishing returns point. And, like, I think my leveling weapon has 5 or 6 in it. So I'm not exactly starved for slots. Alright. Off we go.
You've followed the path of the drow,
But yeah, I
deep
found
into
that
the Underdark.
because
Occasional
the
signs
double
of their
daggers
passage show that you're
caps
getting
double
close.
strikes so easily,
The path ends abruptly in a
I found a
sheer
lot of the
drop-off.
melee trees just
It
don't have
seems
that
the
much
only way
good
to
stuff
go
that I
is
want,
down.
oddly enough. Like, normally it's just like, okay, we're trying to get all of our double strikes, make sure we hit cap, and so on and so forth. But this one is just like, well, I don't care about that, and I don't care about that. And I'm in precision, so I'm not raising...
You notice a small green
So-
leaf lying on the ground.
You focus
One
more on
of the
base damage like
captives
melee
must be
power.
marking their- A massive umber hulk claws its way out of the cave floor. Its insect-like eyes tracking your every move.
Well, he decided to attack the air. But yeah, I've just found a lot of stuff in the trees, like, not useful. Like, I wanted the sustain from having the heal out of Primal,
The massive creature
but
crashes to the ground.
like, most of the stuff on the way up isn't useful to me. It's like, oh, I could get Double Strike. What does Double Strike get me? Nothing, because I'm already capped. Okay, what does all the benefits from Rage give me? Nothing, because I'm using Precision and I'm not raging. Like... I do have a build file.
Massive mushrooms blanket this
Although
cavern,
the new
making
one,
it a veritable forest.
the new builder doesn't
This
really do
small
separate
creature
build
shall
files so
find
much as like, here is a build file that contains all of your lives in it simultaneously. Oh, right. But yeah, like, it's like, normally I'd be going for this stuff, I'd be going for that, but I don't like the charge. It's like awkward, it has a weird pause at the end. Like, you get more when they're feared. Like, there's a lot of rage related stuff that I can't use because I'm not raging. But most of the stuff I looked at just didn't look very compelling. I mean, I guess if I were trying to actually optimize for damage, I wouldn't be in tier 5 Shadow Dancer either. I'd probably be in tier 5 Legendary Dreadnought for like extra boost stuff. Because the epic moment here, again, is mostly defensive. Like, yeah, you get 3 sneak attack dice, but it's mostly the everything that misses you dies. So, like, the tier 5s in Shadow Dancer are just not max DPS tier 5s. It's just not what they're for. And that's not really their fault, per se, because that's not what they're intended to be. So it's like, man, they suck. They don't do as much damage. It's like, well, yeah, they do other things besides damage. But, you know, depending on what sort of content you're running, damage probably matters more than whatever it is that they are doing. But this is kind of like a... I don't want to say a flavor character, because obviously I'm doing a lot to make it actually hit.
Just in time to
But I'm optimizing for, we'll say, a non-optimal playstyle. Like, the playstyle itself is inherently weaker than, say, something like Inquisitive.
Kill them! She looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops to all fours with
okay, the numbers themselves are way weaker than Inquisitive too, for that matter. As you can see, comparing what I'm doing to what our compatriot here is doing. And there's really no comparison. He's probably doing like 10 times my damage.
The captives give quiet thanks
because No Holds Barred is a crazy boost.
Heading back
oh,
to the surface.
very nice. That is one that I actually needed.
The captives. Time to
Physical
leave
resistance,
the and
Lunar
return to
Gem.
the ruins of Myth Drannor.
And Legendary Light Mace. So that makes me more durable, which is nice. Get me up to like 240-ish PRR. We also need magic resist rating, but that's probably a bit too greedy. Just because, well, these things are hard enough to get in general, let alone get the specific one you want. That, do that, and we're on.
You followed the path of the drow.
The weird thing about Alchemist, as I remember it, is like you have all of these buffs that you can cast on yourself only.
The path ends abruptly.
You just take a while at the beginning. It's like, all right, and we do this buff.
It seems the only way to go
this buff
is down.
Here we go.
You notice a small green leaf lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path. A massive umber hulk claws its way out of the cave floor. Its insect-like eyes tracking your every move.
Oh no, I'm gonna be stunned. I'm so helpless.
The massive creature crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern.
Go. But yeah, I think you missed it earlier,
Massive
but
mushrooms
I did
blanket
try
this
farming
cavern,
for
making
the
it a
both the
veritable
dagger
fortress.
and
This small
the
clearing
I
shows
think it's a
signs of
necklace
having
for
been
Assassinate
used
from the new Wayloon quests, but I ransacked it and did not get either. So that was unfortunate. So we'll see what we can do with what we've got. Like, another key piece that we need to upgrade is our glasses. I did get the dagger from Sand, yeah. It is not as good, but we'll take it. And I still need to figure out what to put in the goggles slot, because right now my goggles slot is level 20, and all it's giving me is attack speed. Excuse me, Family Reaper. Stop that. Have a nice set of melee goggles? Doesn't surprise me. Myth Drainer's got a lot of nice stuff. I'll have to look at it. I mean, it's almost guaranteed to be better than nothing. Like, as long as it has the attack speed, it doesn't matter. Actually, I have a better set of goggles in my bank, now that I think about it. Because I have the Raid Intelligence goggles that have like some deception on them, and intelligence, and melee haste. Attack speed on gloves. I am still old school in that I haven't farmed these quests that much, in that I am still wearing part of the family, so my glove slot is currently spoken for.
Some surface rabble has caught up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the hook horror leaps to the attack. Just stick your talking, you idiots! Kill them! She looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk. Then it collapses. Fury fills the drow leader's eyes. You'll pay for hurting my pet.
I'm not sure if you saw the numbers there, but
the light goes out
that
of
boss
the drow leader's
has
eyes
200
as she
has
slumps
about a
to
quarter
the
million
ground.
health, like 240,000. And you heard the
The
Inquisitive
captives give quiet thanks.
double
as
shot
they're
attacks
released.
go off.
They quickly disappear into the mushroom stalks, heading back to the
Yay,
surface.
absorb
You've dealt with the
boots.
raiders and freed the captives. Time to leave the Underdark and return to the ruins of Myth Draenor.
And she disappeared in like 3 seconds. So I think I probably did 10 to 20,000, and the rest was done by just massive attacks from Inquisitive. Oh, interesting. Ah, you've got set bonuses and all set up in them. Interesting. See, I haven't hit enough raids to get all of the different components to make... And +2 int curse, yes. So I have not gotten all the different components
You've
that I
followed
need.
the path of the drow,
Or rather, I
deep
haven't
into
farmed
the
for them. So it's not
Underdark.
like, oh, I've been really
Occasional
unlucky on
signs
drops.
of their
It's like, I have not
passage
run
show
the
that you're
required
getting
quests that I
close.
would need to
The
run
path
in order
ends
to
abruptly
do things
in
like
a
set
sheer
augments.
drop-off. It
So
seems the
there's a
only way
lot
to go
of gear
is down.
Tetrising that's just not currently open to me. Which is fine. That's just how it is. Like, if you don't
You
farm
notice
for
a
everything,
small
then
green leaf lying on
you
the
don't
ground.
have the gear.
One of the captives
Yeah,
must be marking
yeah,
their
checks out.
A massive
That is how
Umber Hulk
item drops
claws
work.
its way out of the cave floor, its insect-like eyes tracking your every move. The massive creature crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern.
Looks like Adric started. It's fine. Yeah, I'll look into those
Massive
goggles here in a
mushrooms blanket this
minute.
cavern, making it a veritable
Actually, we'll
forest.
pause for a moment to look into them.
This small
Yes, yes,
clearing shows signs of having been recently used as a camp.
Wait. Let's see. Goggles of the Archer, goggles of the Berserker. Not ideal. Blood Rage, Relentless Fury, Life Sealed, Ghostly. Interesting. Let's check for more goggles here in a minute. Oh. Like, why is this not going off? Like, it's on cooldown. Ah. Oh yes, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Though I suppose doing crowd control with like Gold Curse Dagger and all really does put me less in the category of DPS and more like melee DC caster. Except that, you know, my DCs are awful, so... You know, not a perfect comparison. If I wanted to do that, I would have to do my filigree differently. Doo-doo. Alright,
The lead
goggles of
drow
the
gives you a
Berserker,
scathing look.
goggles of the
It
Warrior,
seems some surface
Double
rabble has
Strike,
caught
Sight
up
Beyond
to us.
Sight, Quality
Just
Combat
in time to
Mastery.
feed my little
It's a shame that
pet
Combat
with
Mastery
an
doesn't help
ear-piercing
assassination.
shriek. The hook horror leaps to me. Kill them! Looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk. And it collapses.
Has 210.
Fury fills the drow leader's eyes. You will pay for hurting my pet. Prepare to die! The light goes out of the drow leader's eyes as she slumps to the ground.
Go.
The captives give quiet thanks as they're released. They quickly disappear into the mushroom stalks, heading back to the
Meditative
surface.
Mind. Ah,
You've
monk.
dealt with the raiders and freed the captives.
Let's see.
Time to leave the
Double
Underdark
Strike,
and
Sight
return
Behind-
to the ruins
Okay, yeah.
of Mythdrana.
Good stuff. Shadow Strike, PRR. Current sentience. Oh, you're working on the level 18 staff for Dragon Disciple. Interesting that you're using. So, Dragon Disciple as a. I don't know, for some reason I always thought of them as fist monks, but I guess there's no reason they can't be staff. Wait, don't they lose the Henshin Mystic Tree? I thought they lost Henshin Mystic. Do they lose Shin Tower instead? So, yeah, I hadn't considered doing Dragon Disciple as a stick monk.
You've followed the path of the drow.
Just because for some
deep into
reason,
the
when I think
Underdark.
of them, I don't think of it.
Occasional signs
And
of
I
their
thought they lost
passage
Henshin.
show that you're getting close. The path ends abruptly.
Ah,
in a sheer
okay, I didn't
drop-off.
realize that the
It
update
seems the only way
made
to
it
go
so that
is
they're
down.
all the staff tree now. I haven't played a monk since the rework. So apparently, after the update, every tree works with every monk weapon. So that's convenient if for whenever I plan to do a
You
monk
notice
next.
a small green leaf lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path.
These packs, I am of course not as fast as our fully built Inquisitor friend here,
umber hull claws its way out of the
but
cave floor.
they're still no
Its
big trouble, as
insect
opposed to
eyes
these
tracking
big red
your every
names,
move.
where I do a little, and he does a lot. Guess not as much as when he has no hold guard active, but you know, still a lot.
The massive
I'm just
creature
short on
crashes to
basically
the
all the
ground,
stats I should
shaking
have.
the cavern.
I'm short on hit, I'm short on damage, I'm short on melee power, I'm short on DC. I'm just kind of in the middle, like not super good at anything. It's like I'm okay at several things, but not actually good at anything.
Massive mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable
So I know they made all the
forest.
trees work with anything, but
This
isn't
small
the
clearing
15%
shows
attack
signs of
speed for
having
staff in
been
Henshin? Unless you're splashing Rogue, in which case you can get it from Rogue. So like, even if all of the abilities work for everyone, I thought the attack speed steroid was in Henshin. Or not even like this steroid, like a buff that you would pop, like the passive, like martial arts style bonus or whatever the hell it's called. Ah, Dragon Disciple also has it. Okay. So it's not Henshin exclusive, or rather, they deliberately made it so that, alright, you lose Henshin, but if you want a staff, you still can do a staff without losing the main thing that you need. Frozen. Off we go. So even with someone else here, who is doing more damage than me and thus making the runs faster, and of course as a second person pulling stuff, upping the odds, we have still yet to see, I don't think, have we seen any named loot besides weapons? Like, we've gotten a couple different weapons. And I think that's it. Like, obviously I got the
Drow gives
augment.
you a
Oh yes,
scathing
absorb
look.
boots. My mistake.
It seems
Got
some
absorb boots,
surface
and we
rabble has
did
caught up
get
to us, just in time to feed my little
the
pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, Horror leaps to the attack. The lead drow barks out. You idiots! Kill them! Looks a bit worrying. The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk. And it collapses to the ground, dead. Fury fills the drow leader's eyes. Pay for hurting my pet? Prepare to die!
And we did get
light goes out
the
of
rare
drow
augment,
leader's eyes
and
as she
that's very good
slumped
as well.
to the ground. The
Have the
captives
ability
give
to
quiet
just
thanks as they're
shove
released.
30 physical
They
resistance
quickly
into
disappear into the mushroom
some
stalks,
Myth Draenor item
heading
is very
back to the
nice.
surface. You've dealt with the raiders and freed the captives. Time to leave the Underdark and return to the ruins of Myth Draenor.
Yep. Alright, number of times looted, 6. So I think we have 2 more runs until it transacts. So hopefully we get the bracers in that time. And if not, then, well, we'll just deal with it and try to figure out what else we need to farm. Oh, I turned in but didn't grab again. There we go. So, let's see. I did look at the goggles. They have double strike on them.
You followed the path of the
They
drow
have
deep into the
Sight
Underdark.
beyond sight, which I think is true
Occasional
seeing
signs
and
of their
blindness.
passage
Oh, and
show
dodge
that you're getting
bypass,
close.
quality
The
combat
path
mastery,
ends
and
abruptly
insightful armor
in a
piercing.
sheer drop-off.
So overall,
It seems
pretty
the
solid.
only way to go
Plus a sun
is
slot.
down.
Sun slots are good. Well, assuming that I found an augment. I don't actually know how many killing time runes I have. I can check. Let me look. Just time runes? 844.
You notice a small
I think you need
green
750
leaf
for a
lying on
piece?
the ground. One of the
I
captives
believe
must
that's
be
the
marking their
assassination
path.
ring. If I recall correctly.
A massive umber hulk claws
Oh,
its way out of
1750.
the
Oh,
cave
well,
floor.
never mind then.
Its insect-like eyes tracking your every move. The massive creature crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern.
Family reroll. 5 family reroll. Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind. I was like, there's a thing. Then there was not a thing.
Massive mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest. This small clearing shows signs of having been recently used as a camp.
So are they critting me, or is that another thing? You hit... Yeah, they are critically hitting me. So yeah, looks like I do need more fortification from something. I guess as the level cap has gone up, the need for fortification has as well. 160 just doesn't cut it anymore. Needs to be more like 250 or something. Which is very easy for some classes, like if you have some sort of elemental or undead form or something where you get the automatic plus 100, and it's just like, ah, well, that was easy. There we go. And here we go. Yep. There we go. Yes, hello.
The
Short-term
lead drow
buffs.
gives you a scathing look. It seems some surface rabble has caught up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the horror leaps
But it'll work.
the lead drow barks. Don't just stand there gawking, you idiots! Kill them! She looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops to all fours with a confused squawk. And it collapses to the ground, dead. Fury fills the drow leader's eyes. You'll pay for hurting my pet. Prepare to die.
Spam
The
targeting to
light
get
goes out
to
of
talk
the
to all of
drow
them.
leader's eyes
So like,
as she
hey,
slumps
would you like to
the
finish the quest?
ground.
Yes.
The captives
Finish all
give
of the
quiet
quests now.
thanks as they're released. They quickly disappear into the mushroom stalks, heading back to the surface.
Second
You've
one.
dealt with the raiders and freed the captives. Time to leave the Underdark and return
It's the same
to the
type,
ruins of
and I already have one. Oh, you've already got one too. All right. Let's see. So that is number of times looted 7. So we've got one more run before ransack, which is unfortunate. But we'll see. The thing is, what I didn't check is whether or not this is on the rare drop table. Because so far, we've only gotten the absorb boots and weapons. You don't think it is?
You
okay.
followed the path of the drow
So,
deep into the Underdark. Occasional
overall, just
signs of their passage
generally
show
unlucky
that you're
on
getting
named
close.
things,
The
given
path
that
ends abruptly in a sheer
we are at,
drop-off.
let's see, you joined on the
It seems the only
run,
way
I
to
think?
go
So,
is down.
7, so we've got 12 total runs, and of those 12 total runs, we have received 1 non-weapon blue, or named drop, I should say. So,
You notice a small
rate is
green
not
leaf
good.
lying on the ground. One of the captives must be marking their path. A massive umber hug claws its way out of the cave floor, its insect-like eyes tracking your every move. The massive creature crashes to the ground, shaking the cavern. Massive mushrooms blanket this cavern, making it a veritable forest. This small clearing shows signs
weed
of
debuff
having
keeping me
been
from pulling the lever. Although it doesn't really look like a lever. Perhaps next life I will go for a go for something with bigger numbers. Because this life is more smaller numbers very quickly. And perhaps next life I'll go for big numbers. Maybe I'll do a longbow build or something. It's been a long time since I've done one of those. Although I think it's pretty far behind Inquisitive as far as like actual power is concerned. Yes, I know there's one behind me that's just going to shoot me while I'm killing this one, but it's fine. I'm not too concerned about it. Oh, never mind. It died somehow. Oh, interesting. So apparently you can optimize a bow build to compete, but Inquisitive is just the easier path. Like, you can work really hard to break even with the easy way. That said, I'm not necessarily trying to be optimal everywhere. Oh, hello, video stream, and welcome. How was trivia tonight? We are on our assassin road. We are on our very last
The lead drow gives you a
attempt
scathing
to get assassination bracers from this quest. This will be quest ransack.
Up to us, just in time to feed my little pet. With an ear-piercing shriek, the hook
I am basically getting carried at this point, because while I'm okay at doing things, our Inquisitor friend here is doing about 10 times as much damage. So
looks a bit worried. The hook horror drops
that's
to
just
all
how that
fours
goes.
with a
So yes,
confused
welcome in.
squawk. And it collapses
The DDO stream has raided me before, so if you've come in with them before, you know who I am. If you have not come in with them before, welcome. I'm trying. I primarily play and stream DDO.
As she slumps
This life,
the captives give quiet
we've
thanks
been
as
doing
they
mostly
release.
racials,
They
but
quickly disappear
here
into
we
the
are
mushroom
on
steppes.
Iconics
Heading
because
back
we
to
finished the set of
surface.
racials
You've
and we
dealt
needed
with the
tokens,
raiders and
and
freed
so
the
we're actually at
captives.
cap for the first time in a
Time to leave the
while.
Underdark and return to the ruins of Myth
Solar double shot, very nice. However, still no bracers. Well, alright, so because our Inquisitor friend here joined us after the first 2 runs, that is a total of 14 pulls. In 14 pulls, we got a variety of like lost age weapons and stuff, but we can, as far as like actual specific named loot for the quest, we got 2 sets of absorb boots out of those pulls. So unlucky. We did get our dagger that we were looking for earlier, so we've got a lot of slots that need filling because I haven't had this style at cap since like the last 2 level races went up. So we really need to do something about these. These are a particular weak point. The level 20 goggles, yeah. Those need to go away. We were looking for assassinate bracers. We didn't get them. So these are here mostly for the set bonus, which we don't need because we're wearing the Volcarum dagger. So there's that. And yeah, there's a variety of things we could replace. That said, where's our lunar augment? Because we did get... No, not you. Show me lunar. Lunar. You. Yes. We did get lucky with this augment, though. We got 2 of them. So where is our augment that we just pulled out of our bag? It's around here something. There it is. Moon augment slot. Yes. Excellent. So now we have more physical resist rating. Yay! Or we should. Why did it? Oh, okay. Rest. Yep. Thank you very much for the raid and stopping by. No problem dropping out. I usually do the same after stream. It's like, well, stream's done. It is time to do other things. So I appreciate you sending your people my way, and we'll see if we can't give them a bit of a show. Of course, one problem is that first we need to find out what we're doing next. So there is a set of goggles that we could maybe get from Seeds of Decay. Let's look at our goggle options. So we have Seeds of Decay, we have Secrets of the Red Wizards. Yeah, let's see. Studious Mage, no, we don't care about those. What else do we have? Assassinate. Yeah, so I did want the Assassinate daggers out of the Knife's Edge of the Berserker, really. Is Enhanced Blood Rage that good? Like, how much melee power does it even give? Because I already have Relentless Fury. And I already have Ghostly. So the only thing on it that benefits me is Enhanced Blood Rage. Oh, well, plus technically it's got a stun augment slot. We can feel it. 8 con, 5 damage, 10 melee power. That's nice. But yeah, as I was saying, for the Assassinate side of things, I did want the goggles out of Knife's Edge for the Assassinate and Insightful Assassinate, which is, 23 to that difficult to check, which would be good, but alas, 'twas not to be. For now, however, I think I will go to the bank and grab out... I believe I have a goggle upgrade available to me. Where is the bank here, anyway? Bank is the bags. There we go. Show me goggles. Slot. Eyes. There we go. We'll put on Legendary Tinkerer's goggles for now, because we get our melee alacrity. so we don't lose anything. There we go. So at least we get some extra deception stuff. It's not ideal, obviously, but we get some. But yeah, I don't really know what other slots to farm. Like, obviously, this could probably use improvement, especially if I got better weapons. Like, if I had a dino bone with that effect on it, that would work. But right now, no. And my cape needs an upgrade, but I don't know what to get there either. There's just a lot of room for improvement, and I haven't even done the full gear Tetris. Let's see. Not that one. Not that one. Don't care about those. Or that. Honestly, the Flame Guard lenses wouldn't be terrible for me because I'm lacking some things. And I have quality deadly on them, which is nice. There's a melee cloak from Ettercap in town? Sure, we'll go for that. I don't know which one it is, but it's probably a little bit more entertaining if we actually say, don't just stand in town talking about gear. Go. Wait, no, I didn't want to minimize that. Come back. There we go. So, in theory, this character is an assassin. And I was able to do assassin things while leveling.
Creatures have been capturing elves traveling to the ruins of Mythdrana.
Since I have hit cap, my ability to do assassin things has diminished significantly. Mostly because I don't have the gear to actually hit my assassinate DCs. So that does make it a little bit less effective. And also, okay, well maybe I can hit assassinate DCs on these particulars. So we've got that going for us. But I'm mostly getting carried by the fact that, as you can see from them getting stuck like that, I'm wearing a Gold Curse dagger. And when you combine Gold Curse dagger with chains, you get a lot of crowd control. Also, I did forget to mention it earlier, but thank you for the follow. Beautiful Pez. I don't know if you're the kind of Pez that gets dispensed or some other kind, but I have heard of your brother Joe, but not as the Beautiful Pez. Come here, you. Let's see. We don't need to fight them, so we can just go up here. Yes. The spiders that will definitely see me, because they always see you. We definitely need to take out the spitters, because they do the most damage by a fairly large margin, generally. Also because these guys are stuck.
The freed elf tells you his story. It seems that the Ettercaps take their captives to a great cave, somewhere deeper in the forest.
Yes. I am actually taking suggestions for what to do next life. It will be an iconic life. But, and there are some classes that I already have 3 lives of, so I'm not going to be doing those, because iconic is going to give us, well, everything we need there. Because an iconic past life gives you your iconic life, plus your class life, which means this is going to be our last rogue life for quite some time, because it will be our 3rd rogue life.
A large, hungry fang dragon.
I hate being melee against these guys, because like you get constantly knocked back. So you get knocked out of melee range a lot of the time. Fortunately, we have a little bit more benefit
the elves will once
of
be able
getting
to
knocked back
walk
because we can use our what? We can use our Shadow Dancer Strike to extend our melee range. So when the dragon knocks us back, we still get to melee it, which is, you know, convenient. I actually did my first run of the 2 newer raids over the weekend because, as I mentioned earlier, I've mostly been on the heroic grind with racial lives. And so I hadn't actually been at cap for a while in order to do the raids. So I did find out that they are very, very melee unfriendly. Just a dragon that's just going to randomly, like, spin to hit everyone. It's like, oh, well that's not ideal to be melee. Why would I bother being melee under these conditions when we could simply not be melee? Like, when range does more damage than melee and is safer, melee becomes a hard set. Now, I don't know if the first half of that statement is true, because I've not been at cap, I've not looked at meta stuff or anything. I don't know whether or not melees are doing more damage than range. I know that Inquisitive are currently the strongest for ranged and are strong overall, but I don't know if melee is even stronger. Now, I do know that they, or I'm pretty sure at least, that they fixed a bug with Shifter, or with the iconic Shifter. I think it was the attack animations that made them attack faster than they were supposed to, and which is why they were the top DPS for 2 years, I think? Like, it was a while. But they did get around to fixing that bug, so I don't know the current state of melee DPS. I know, of course, that, you know, you can still go, I have big weapon, everything explodes, with, like, adrenaline, but maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do an adrenaline-based thing just for, like, big hits.
The way into the cave is open.
Off we go.
The terror that lies behind the Ettercap's raids awaits within. It would seem that the Ettercaps kidnapped the elves to be something much more powerful. A large, hungry fang dragon. Will
legendary
once
embracers
again
of
be able
flourishing
to walk
fauna.
these woods undisturbed.
Let's see, Bone Paws. When in any wild shape, your weapons gain piercing damage bypass. Very nice for a druid. Because, let's see, that is... You get a damage bypass, and you get plus 10? I think that? Plus 10? Because you should get one of the primal lore feats per druid level. Not per overall character level, but per druid level. So if you're pure druid, that's 20, so it gives you an extra 10. I think it's a primal bonus to damage. So very handy for any sort of wait, why did it show me the Temple of Morander? It's like,
you've come to these woods to stop the Ettercaps. The spider-like creatures have been capturing elves traveling to the ruins of Mithranna. Now see if you can find some closer.
If you get the Force Rune, yeah, definitely. It's all yours if it drops. Yeah, I was like, should I bother finishing these off? Like, yeah. We'll kill them some more. Now, for those of you who are not familiar with the Gold Curse Dagger, it's a DC 100. You only get the proc on crit, not on hit, which is why it's so effective with chains, because chains have increased crit range. And it's DC 100, so it's not going to land 100% of the time once you get to legendary content, but it's going to land a lot. I say once you get to legendary content, it's required level 30. You're gonna be in legendary content. Because, like, the epic one's DC is only 25 or something, so... It's a really big step up to go from the epic to the legendary, as would be expected. There we go. Go. Kill there. And third altar. Little primal scream to top our health up, and we are good to go.
The way into the cave is...
Oh yeah,
The terror that lies behind the Ettercap's raids awaits
they have a bleed effect
within.
on them. But yeah, the other downside is that by doing this assassin-y character, I have given up
It would seem
like
that the Ettercaps
having a
kidnapped
bonus damage
were instantly much more powerful. A large,
for my
hungry fang dragon.
No Holds Barred is a ridiculous DPS steroid. The Shadow Dancer Epic Strike is not. It's like you're guaranteed sneak attack, and you get 3 sneak attack dice.
Again, be able to walk these woods undisturbed.
It's just really not that impactful. Now, it's very impactful from a defensive perspective. So, it's like, okay, you gain more incorporeality, you gain all this extra dodge, and, you know, you auto-kill anything that misses you, and based on your defenses, almost everything is going to be missing you. So, that's the biggest benefit. But it's just not that good. It's not nearly as good from a pure damage perspective. And, like, it's not,
the
like,
spider-like creatures have been
remotely
capturing
close.
elves traveling to the ruins of Myth Drana. Now to see if you can find some trace of them.
What kind of past lives do I have? I have all racials except for Eladrin. Just assume one of every class life, because I cannot be bothered to remember exactly which classes I have, like 2 or 3 in, besides that this is the 3rd rogue life I have. And I think I have all epic past lives except for like 1 macro tech, I think. Yeah, I think I'm short 1 epic past life, or maybe 0 epic past lives. Iconics, I've got a couple here and there. I do have full Asmar Scourge. So, as far as, like, that's the relevant one as far as making a melee build, is I have 3 Asmar Scourge. But I've got 1 of most of them. Only 1 of most of them. And 0 of some of them. So, that should give you a general idea. Like, I got a lot of past lives. Excuse me, I hit chains. Please let me spin now. And yes, I know there's no point to freeing this guy because, you know, there's no bonus XP. And we're at cap, so even if there were bonus XP, it doesn't do anything. But yeah.
The way into the cave is open. The terror that lies behind the Ettercap's raids
we just
awaits
killed the guys
within.
guarding him, so we might as well just actually free him.
It would seem that the Ettercaps kidnapped.
Oh, we do need to free one? Oh, good.
Something much more
Then
powerful.
I definitely knew
Large,
that,
hungry
and it was
fang
deliberate. I was testing everyone to see if they also knew that.
With the fang dragon dead and Ettercaps cowed, the elves will once
Anything?
again be able to walk these woods
Quarterstaff.
undisturbed.
Well, at least we're getting some sentient food from the weapons. Even if the more, we'll say more prevalent named, or more, not prevalent, prevalent is more frequently found, like abundant. Even if the more important, more desired named items are not coming up for us, we're at least getting some food. So yeah, this character has a lot of past lives, which is why I can get away with having, let's say, not the best gear or not the best build here, because I don't need it. I have good enough gear for most things. I am not a burden to groups. I can be effective and helpful at doing all kinds of things, but I am not optimal. If I were optimal, I would be dex-based, and I would have a lot of different filigree.
But it's too small to be the great cave where the Eticaps take their captives.
Why do you resist being golden? Do you not like gold? You know what? That reference is actually really dated. That movie is like, what, 15 years old? It was a long time ago. It is also funny that you can save him, like, before you kill stuff. Like, you can just run up and say, hey, you're saved, while he is definitely still surrounded by stuff that will kill him. Oh, hey, your orange name. You still get turned into gold.
The way into the cave is open.
Oh, there's still a full set of people.
Lies behind the Etacap blades and roots within.
Alright, off we go. At least, for all the complaints I have about how much damage over time effects like interrupt you doing basic things like opening doors, at least they don't break stuff.
Hungry fan dragon. The elves will once again be able to walk these woods undisturbed.
Solar Gem of Double Strike. That's going to be very handy. And a healing longsword. Okay. I didn't realize that the filigree that drop out here are the same set that drop in like Saltmarsh. It's unfortunate that some of these newer filigree sets just don't have the same punch as some of the older ones. They went with, and it makes sense kind of, because what they did is they were like, okay, we have a lot of just generally good filigree from the first set, from the Ravenloft set. Like, there's lots of just base stats. There's melee power. There's hit and damage. There's all that. And then for the newer ones, they're like, okay, so if we already have that, what can we do? And so what they've done is they've made, we'll say, more niche filigree. Like, they've made, like, poison caster specific. Or, let's say, like, okay, we've got this one with Warlock pack dice in it, or things like that. So that's why most of the things I'm wearing are older sets. You've got Treachery, alright? I've got melee power, I've got Assassination DCs, I've got Reduced Threat. It's always important if you are physical damage and you plan to be doing any sort of raiding, please sacrifice one single solitary sentient slot for filigree to drop your damage, to drop your threat in half. When combined with something you probably already wanted to take in one of your Epic Destiny trees, this means you will do almost no threat, which is incredibly useful for not dying and also not killing everyone else for bosses spinning around. Of course, if you're heavy on imbue damage, then it doesn't really matter. You're screwed either way, but, you know, you do what you can. And as for the Tier 3 raid filigree, I don't know, maybe they'll do it next raid? Though, I'll be honest, if they haven't done it yet with releasing these 2 raids, it is unlikely that they're gonna do it, like, within this expansion pack. They'll probably wait for the next expansion pack or the next level cap raise. Need you below 30%. There it is. Once more.
The elves will once again be able
Number
to
6.
walk these woods undisturbed.
Nothing. Already has 2 legendary sagas that drop those filigrees. Wait, filigree? The sagas drop filigrees? Do you mean augments? Also, did you loot this chest? Or are you, like, already ransacked? No luck. No cloak for me, no rune arm for you. Alright, that was loot number 6. We have 2 more tries. 2 more chances. With the notoriously stingy Myth Draenor gear. Now, I heard that they fixed it a little bit. Oh. Inventory is full. Time to go sell a bunch of stuff. All sorts of stuff to be sold. Oh, the filigree. Okay, yeah. I thought you meant sagas as in, like, saga rewards. And it's just like, oh. Like, you mean, like, actually, like, quest packs. So, yes. There are now multiple places to get those filigree. But yeah, unfortunately, they're just not as generally useful as, would you like lots of melee power? It's like, yes. Yes, I would like lots of melee power. Or, if you're a DC caster, the 1-2 punch of Eye of the Beholder and why am I blanking on the other one? It's like, it's Eye of the Beholder and the one other one that's autos? Autos, yes. Okay, 1 moment, please. I would like to sell the stuff in my inventory. Sorry, you're at platinum cap. It's like, well, we're gonna fix that. There we go. We're no longer at platinum cap. Yay! You. Intelligence, yes. More intelligence. More intelligence. Oh, it looks like ads will be starting soon. We do run ads once an hour to keep pre-rolls off. They will last 2.5 minutes. Often we will just stop playing in the meantime, but I'm kind of doing like respec things in the meantime, so you won't miss a whole lot. And I'll see you on the other side. Allocating points. Yes, there. There. Yes, reflex saves. Okay, yes, we'll take this. Okay. Question is, can I catch up? Also, why is it showing me the Temple of Moldar here? Alright, we're just gonna go this way, because he got in way before us. So, he will have already basically gotten from the other side by now. So we're just gonna try to catch up. Let's see. We have 1 done, 2 done. Alright, we're gonna go fight the dragon on our own before he gets back, as soon as he pulls the 3rd altar.
This must be the great cave where the Eticaps take their captives. Yet the way into the cavern has been sealed, and by the looks of it, not by Eticaps.
So let's see, we still need 100,000 Reaper XP to get our next point. Not that it matters a whole lot to
The
us
way
at
into
this
the
point.
cave is open.
It's like,
The terror that
we're
lies
over
behind
100.
the Eticaps' raids
We can
awaits
get
within.
essentially everything we want. Everything after this point is just like, well, would you like some more health, I guess?
It would seem that the Eticaps kidnapped the elves would be something much more powerful. A large, hungry fan dragon.
Off we go. How much damage we do solo. As you can see, it is far lower without the Inquisitive in the party here shooting it as well. I wasn't kidding when I said earlier that he's probably doing 10 times my damage.
With the fan dragon dead,
There we go. And welcome back from
elves will
ads, everyone.
once
Thank you
again
for
be
sticking
able to
around
walk
through
these
that.
woods undisturbed.
Well, we have a large shield, so there's that at least. Okay. Alright. Still no cloak. Still no rune arm. So we have one more shot. Last chance. In we go.
You've come to these woods to stop the Eticaps. The spider-like creatures have been capturing elves traveling to the ruins of Myth. Now to see if you can find some trace of them.
We'll spin again, because there's a light bearer in there. Oh, and the Skyborn is being annoying too. I wonder if he's immune to gold, or if he just got lucky, or if Skyborn has higher saves for it. So, there was Like, Skyborn are electrical, so they take more damage from acid, but I don't remember the rest of their attributes. Like, I don't think they're one of the ones with particularly annoying immunities. Also, for anyone who didn't catch it earlier, yes, the Gold Curse Dagger does in fact work on Reapers. I don't know if it works on the orange-named ones. Like, it definitely won't work on Dooms, obviously. But I think that it does work on like Vengeance, which is handy. As always, the Poison Spitters are super painful. And we don't have very good poison resist or good magic resist, so that's just how that goes.
The way into the cave is open.
Alright.
The terror that lies behind the Ettercap's raids awaits within.
Our very last chance at the loot that we were hoping for.
It would seem that the Ettercaps kidnapped the elves. It could be something much more powerful. A large, hungry fang dragon.
Death failure. Balance
With
success.
the fang dragon dead and the Ettercaps scattered, the elves will once again be able to walk these woods undisturbed.
Still nothing for that either of us wanted. Unfortunate. Actually, Stone Age, Golden Age, Maw, Ritual Table, Vecna, Dino Bone, Toon Dino Bone. Oh, okay. Nothing super compelling there. Alright, well. No luck there. Guess we could look for something else. What can we do? Let's see, other potential drops we can go for. Okay. Follow the Night Brigade. Loot. Is there anything in the new Waylone quests that we could use? Let's give that a look. Alright, there's a belt that is not useful to me. There are some boots that aren't useful to me. There's a nice ranged neck. Double shot, insightful, accuracy, greater marksmanship. That's nice. That's in Rats in a Cage. There's a really nice trinket for melee. Although mine is also nice, so there's that. Great sword. There's a Turn Undead necklace, which is interesting. There's fire bracers. There's the assassinate goggles that, as I mentioned, I have already ransacked and not gotten. There's some charisma goggles. Wisdom hat. Heavy mace. A radiance trinket. That looks interesting. Repeating heavy crossbow. What is limb chopper? Ah, it's a move speed debuff. Very nice. And let's see, there's a rune arm for Sonic. And there's the dagger, as we mentioned earlier. There's some gloves. What is this? A necklace with quality constitution and night shield charges? Really? Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Improve cold augmentation 9. That's interesting. If I wanted to do like cold druid or cold sork, that orb would be really nice. I think it'd be mostly cold sork, but because glaciation, ice lore, and it's only caster level though. It's not max caster level, so would it really be that effective? That's always the trap with caster level items, is that sometimes it doesn't give max caster level, so it doesn't really do anything for most of your spells. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything from Rats from the Fall of the Night Brigade that I would be looking for. What other slots do we know that we need stuff in? Like, obviously rings would be good. I mean, I guess we could go for those goggles that we were talking about earlier. The Berserker ones. Where are those dropping? Because those would be useful in multiple different things. Let's see. Goggles. Secrets of the Red Wizards. Okay, which one is that? Is that the one where you have to go and find all the things? Yeah, learn the plans and so on and so forth. Okay, 2 different... You see it, a Red Wizard? Alright, well we can head to Red Wizards. Sure, why not? I've been meaning to learn how to do that one more quickly anyway. That's Voices of the Dead. Yes, yes, thank you. House of Song. There we go. Secrets of the Red Wizards. So take this teleport over here and see what we can do. Outside the speculum, please. Thank you. Alright. Ethereum, I believe. It's the one flashing, and it's the last quest I got, so it should be that one. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Secrets of the Red Wizards. Do that.
The Red Wizards have established a base here, in the crumbling ruins of a school for the arcane arts. Trying to find out how the Thayans have come to Mithran. Carrion crawlers burst out of the rubble.
So let's see, we've got a bunch of just guys in here. Hello, a bunch of guys in here. Go.
The Red
Then you do
Wizards
that,
want to use
and
the missile
then
to channel the necromantic power.
I've heard
of
something
everyone
about
who
being
has
able to go
ever died
the
in
other
Mithran.
way, but
Grim plan.
it involves like hitting a door from the side that you're not supposed to hit it from, and I'm not sure how to do that. Okay, so it is down below. Because you can progress by going up first as well.
You venture
Okay.
down into the school's dim
Helm horrors will
dark
give up on us
cellars.
eventually. We have chosen the alternative tactic to stealth, which is run by them fast enough that they cannot catch up with you. This, in fact, also works instead of stealth in real life. if you run fast enough that you don't get caught, most things will work out for you.
This is the artifact you love. Apparently, this artifact
we
doesn't
go.
control the metal at all. Instead, it's a magic. It would seem that the Red Wizards have moved into the classroom wing of the school.
Why do you refuse to be frozen, sir? Please get locked into ice. See, and we don't actually need the things, I don't think. Like, I'm pretty sure the crests here are only for optionals. Hi. There we go. Alright, I believe that's all 3 levers, so we're good to go. Yep, that makes sense. Just like, even with me going off and being able to handle packs on my own, he is still blowing up all sorts of guys before I can even get to them. Oh right, there's this chest first.
Divert part of the mythil's power into his
Yay,
own
hair dye.
phylactery. His phylactery is apparently hidden away someplace called the Honor Glim.
I guess we should have walked over here earlier just to trigger the dialogue.
Track down the last location of that wizard. Ongluth, was it? He was one of the creators of the Mythil. It will not be simple, but you are a necromancer after all.
Is that the Red Wizard's stalk? The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected.
Okay. Alright. Round 1. Nothing.
You break down the barricade and open the blocked door.
Okay, so, because we have 2 people in party, we do not actually have to go back to town to turn in order to do this again. We can just do this old trick. So we'll go to RS, Secrets of the Red Wizards, Abandoned. He shares, and now we can go back in. Hooray! And if you didn't know that technique, now you do. So, some quests you won't need to reshare. Actually, no, that's a different way. So, there are 2 ways to do this. One of them is what we just did, where you both run the dungeon, and then when you get out, one of you abandons the quest and the other reshares it. This means that the person that abandoned and got it reshared now needs to do the quest, so the quest will let them in. The other way is like you do with openers for things like Shadow Crypt, which is the same sort of concept, which is that what you need is someone in the party who needs the quest. So what you do in those circumstances is that the person who needs the quest never enters it. So this is if only one person is running the quest. So in that case, the person who has the quest doesn't even need to be very nearby or anything. They just need to kind of like be in party, and be in party. I don't even think you need to be in the same zone. You might be, though. I need to double check that. Like, I think you need to be in the same zone as the quest entrance. But suffice to say, if that person isn't running the quest, then you actually do not need at all to do that abandon and share thing. Just as long as the person who has the quest doesn't zone in, when the other person finishes and zones out, well, there's still someone in the party who needs the quest. So you can still enter the quest. And that is how the concept of openers work, is that if one person in the party needs to be able to do the quest, like they're on that quest, then the whole party can enter that quest. So there's a couple different ways to make sure that your party fits those criteria, and they depend mostly on if the person who needs the quest is running with you or if they are just an opener, like standing outside.
Track down the last location of that wizard.
I hate those skull things, by the way.
He was one of the
Just like, would you like to take unavoidable damage now? It's like, no? Too bad. You walked into the room, take 500 evil damage.
The red wizard stalks off. The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected.
I mean, I guess it's not completely unavoidable. You could walk in and you could have, like, spell absorb on, but still. Hero's Soul. You're not totally crowd controlling, are you? No, you're not. Now this is where the temp health from the top of Shadow Dancer comes in handy, because as long as I'm killing one, I'm constantly getting like a 200-ish shield. And that's okay. It's not super impressive given that it's also something that's available in epic trees. Or sorry, in heroic trees. Like if you're a Blightcaster Druid, then you get temp health equal to your wisdom score for every kill automatically from your third core. So it's just like, oh wow, you can get 200 for killing something by going into tier 5? Well, guess what? I can get that much by killing 2 things for having a level 6 Blightcaster skill. Like, which just goes to show how strong that Blightcaster skill is. Alright, we got a throwing hammer. Alright. Not ideal. This is actually the first time I've straight up farmed Myth Draenor, like looking for drops. Like I've run it as like a saga and stuff before, but I've never target farmed it. Abandon, he shares, and we're back in business. It's very efficient. Much more efficient than what we were doing earlier when we were looking for our dagger in Bargain of Blood, which is we had to actually go back to town to reacquire the quest, and then run back out to the quest. Now, fortunately, in that case, the dagger we were farming has multiple drop locations, so we did get it on our second run. But yay, I'm providing crowd control. Not that you need crowd control when everything's getting 2-shot, but, you know, sometimes it's the thought that counts. And, you know, sometimes it isn't, of course. But in this case, I'd like to think that it counts for something. A little thing, possibly, but might as well. This is something I need to also keep in mind, and something that probably could have kept me from failing when I was farming earlier, is that I do have this. For a momentary pause in our DPS, we can be like, I take less damage. Now, I'm not sure if the DPS loss is worth it. It probably is if we do it between when we have actives available. Just run by, turning people into gold as I pass. Like some sort of weird, hyper-aggressive Midas. Just like, and you get turned to gold, and you get turned to gold.
Apparently, this artifact doesn't control the missile at all.
You don't have to stand there and actually listen to him, you just have to trigger the thing by walking next to him.
Track down the last location of that wizard. Ongluth, was it? He was one of the creators of the Meteor. Will not be simple. You are a necromancer.
This time I didn't get hit with a dot.
With that, the red wizard stood. It would seem that the Red Wizards have moved
we'll just
into
go
the
this way.
classroom wing of the
That stuff is
school.
already dead.
The time for eavesdropping is over. You've been detected.
Oh no, we've been detected. Hi, everybody. Strike. Double strike steroid. There we go. I thought they were fighting something, and what they were fighting was me, but I was around the corner. And then that. We're just casually here at half health. No big deal. Did we skip one of the plans? Ah, there's the Berserker
The
goggles.
Red Wizard ledge assigned to tap into the Mythal has his own secret plan.
Right, we skipped the ones that are through that
Divert
door.
part of the Mythal's power into his own phylactery. This phylactery is apparently hidden away someplace
Now,
called
unfortunately, we
the
cannot wear them
Honor
right
Glim.
now, because then we would lose our attack speed, since I don't think we have speed on any of our other slots.
You break down the barricade
Like, we have
and open the
striding
block's
on
door.
our Quiver of Alacrity, but I don't think we have speed anywhere else. Oh, we got out just in time. Let's see. No speed. I could probably use a different helmet too, for that matter, but that's a different matter. Yeah, okay, so we can't currently drop this because we lose our attack speed, and we definitely don't want to drop 15% attack speed. Unless we have it on a weapon. I don't think either of these do, though. Yeah, no. Attack speed could be on gloves, but there are a lot of options for speed on weapons. Or speed on things in general. Let's see. There's the gloves that you linked earlier. There are gloves that have... Oh, so there are 3 options for Myth Draenor stuff that has speed on it. And they're all gloves. There's Dex, Strength, and Constitution, which is interesting. Are they the same besides that? Yeah, they all have a different save, but they're Speed, Physical Sheltering, and then a stat with its associated save. Interesting. It's why you sometimes choose the Haste feat. Interesting. So, it looks like there's not a lot here that would fill in that speed slot. What else is generally good here? Oh yeah, there's the cloak that we were looking for. Yes, that is the belt I already have. That's the one that I put the one he shared, by the way. This belt. Stop that. This belt. Yeah, that's the one that I put my, Oh, Lunar Gem of Weapon Damage. Interesting. Yeah, I have my Profane Sheltering in that. So, it's got Insightful Intelligence, it's got Profane Well-Rounded. It's, all in all, just a very, very solid thing. And yours is cursed with Deathblock. I should probably curse mine. Let's see. So there's a ring. Oh, interesting. That one is a rare drop. The ring with Thorn of the Rose. Oh, right. Quality Intelligence ring. I might have one of those. Like, it doesn't seem very good to me. Well, particularly on this life, because Combat Mastery doesn't help me. Insightful Spell Focus Mastery doesn't help me. So it's just like the Quality Int and Quality Deception. I currently have quality deception on goggles, so that's not really something we're looking for at the moment. Well, let's see. There's the Spring Equinox ring, which is interesting because it has the effect of the Feywild artifact necklace on it, so that's interesting. Oh, it is also a minor artifact. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. And it's air attuned. So, let's see. Is there anything else that you're particularly interested in getting? Because I'll be honest, anywhere that you want something to drop, I want something to drop too. Because I have very few Myth Draenor weapons. Or very few Myth Draenor drops or gear in general. So we can hit something else if there's something you are looking for. Because you'll almost definitely have something that's useful to me too. If not on this build, then maybe the next. Let's see. Actually, not you. Not you. Where is it? You have all the base pieces? Oh, chance at a better curse. Interesting. Wait, what is this? Crown of the Warblade. Crown of Summer, extra action boost, exceptional seeker. I mean, it looks solid because it has action boosts and Crown of Summer. I'd obviously lose the damage bypass that we're currently getting. Like, the extra, like, Hallowed, Holy Burst, whatever. It's whatever. The fact that we have the melee power and the damage bypass is really why we're wearing this. So, this is... Oh, this is a rare drop from Wilds as well. It's from Yagora's chest. Which one is Yagora? Oh, it's the worm. It's a worm drop. Okay. Let's not farm the worm. Unless you think we can? Like, it hits pretty hard.
This was a fabled school of wizardry. Apprentices flocked
We
here
can check
to
for
learn
it
the
and try.
arcane arts.
If you do,
Back in the
as long as you
Empire
have your
of
epic
its
moment up, you can
And
probably
here
do
those
it.
apprentices died during the titanic battle in which
And
Myth
I can, you
Drana
know,
fell.
poke it in the butt a little. We'll at least look for it. Let's see, where is it? Oh, it's up here, I think. We have to find the crater. The crater should be easy to find because it's a big-ass crater. Oh, wait, no. There's a thing here. I think I need to go more east, not north. Yeah, I think I'm too far north. We need to go further east.
The ruins, strangely untouched.
So I'm used to find... Oh, we're going to
Its
go around that
pristine
portal.
state is due to the powerful enchantments that protect it. The enchantments protected the building, but could not prevent the
Oh, there
city's
it is.
defeat.
Okay. Yeah, I'm used to, when I was doing, say, farming runs on it, I'm used to going there from the teleport point, not from random sections, so... We'll see if the worm is here, and we'll see if it kills me. Although, on the plus side... Where is... Oh, there it is. Although, on the plus side, because we're not in Reaper,
Deadly
I can
creatures
get full
infest the
healing from my
ruins of the
shout,
fallen
so there's
city.
that at least.
One
But
of them has
that's
clearly made
not
this cave
always
its lair.
enough. Looks like no, I do not see a giant purple worm. I'm pretty sure we would have seen it by now. I think they changed it so you can no longer get the dragon chest for free. Like, when they first released it, the dragon chest was right next to the door, and it was unlocked. So you walk in, the dragon is sleeping, and you just, like, turn to your right and open the chest. It's just like, okay. Sure, why not? Alright. Where is the route up? I know there's one on the other side here, but I was hoping that we would not have to go there. Alright, off we go to the other side. Let's see. We might as well since we're here. And the dragon should be this way. Further north. And then we will go across the bridge. Wait, let's see, what is this? Oh wait, no, it's further south. My mistake. Because the bridge is near Morander. It's easier to go from Drow Teleport. That makes sense. Oh. I am too far down. But that's okay. We're going to run up that hill and then around. Because that's the bridge we want to get to over there. As we take a nice relaxing ride through the wilderness. I don't know what I'm dodging, but I'm apparently dodging well. Particularly since I actually have displacement up at the moment. So it's just like, oh, well. We're just walking around here with like 75% chance to avoid, and 25% chance to avoid, and 30 chance to avoid. It's just like, ah, how lovely. Off we go. And in we go. Hello, Hope. Surprisingly durable. However, you're able to be turned into gold, which means... Oh, yep, there's the dragon. Hey, wake up. Let's see. Negative healing amp. And you've got a healing longsword? Yay, healing longsword. So the trick is, I don't know what I don't know, and since I knew that I wanted to go for at least those two pieces. Let's check our other assassin bonus options. What else can we get that gives us Assassinate 16? Well, let's see. We already farmed Portal to Below to ransack. I've already farmed the Knife's Edge to ransack. There is an Assassinate ring in the Covered Culvert optional chest. There's also a necklace in Legendary Chronoscope, and we're not gonna go farm that one. Because, good lord, Legendary Chronoscope is a bitch and a half. Let's see. There's a set of boots that we probably will not do. And then there is the spyglass artifact out of Saltmarsh. So what is the covered culvert? Which quest is this? This is not out yet. Covered culvert is one of the ones that's only been up on Lamania. So we cannot farm this one because it does not exist. It is not true. It is part of Tavern Tales. And Tavern Tales does not exist. So that one is not useful to us. Which means the only other assassinate thing that we could try to get would be either Legendary Chronoscope, which we are definitely not doing. That's true, but upgrading raid items requires more materials. I forget which extra material it is. Is it greater tokens or is it normal tokens? I think it's greater tokens. Not that I use greater tokens for anything else. Like, they've long since lost their value. Normal tokens are more valuable at this point. But yeah, there's greater tokens and star fragments. Yeah, star fragments, of course. Yeah, there are boots that have both speed and assassinate on them. Oh, thank you, Chief Visigoth. It is greater tokens for raid items? Excellent. So, if I wanted to swap my boots, they could then cover the speed, which would be nice, and assassinate, and I would get moved silently. However, I would lose, what did I say earlier in the stream, about 500 health? Yeah, about 500 health. So we would need to find our Constitution, Insightful Constitution, Quality Constitution, Freedom of Movement, etc. somewhere else. Also, I lose 30 physical resistance rating for taking those off too. But yeah, the other trick to the one that we could get out of Chronoscope is that it's a necklace, which means we would need to totally redo our Gear Tetris to not be running part of the family set, which is another tricky thing to do. So, yeah. Wait, what other bracers do we have? I have bracers with speed on them, I think. So I could trade out my bracers for those goggles and wear those goggles. Where is the bank? I think I have a Fey Twisted piece. Demon Queen. I mean, let's be fair. If I was farming Chronoscope, I would probably hit Heroic first, because upgrading from Heroic to Epic is not that expensive. Well, it does cost star fragments, though, but yeah, I don't know if I would do Epic. I could probably do it. Like, the only thing that stops me from doing it, I think, would be perhaps Sustain. But I think that with the Healing Shout, I could do it without too much difficulty, just because, yeah, I've got enough defenses that I don't think they could actually hurt me. And because it would be on Elite, not Reaper, I wouldn't have it. Yeah. Yes, Star Fragments do drop in Saltmarsh. That's what I was saying earlier when I upgraded my dagger. It's like, oh, I don't have that many Star Fragments. But it's been a while since I have actually run Saltmarsh, so that makes sense. Really? Did I could have sworn that I had a Fey Twisted. Are they actually bound to account? Alright, find me. Excuse me. Alright, from here. Alright, time to wiki walk our way to something. you normally keep a cap raid tune to do it with that one. Makes sense. Unfortunately, my quote-unquote cap raid tune is like a first life tank who is, you know, doing his best with a minimal set of gear. So, while he's okay for getting into raids and just, you know, tanking legendary hard raids, he's not really going to be good for gear farming because he has no damage. So, let's see. We want to sort by type, and we want bracers. Yes. I do have Bloodbark bracers. Somewhere. Where did I put them? They're on a mule somewhere. This says they're on Fizzmule. Okay. So I can swap my bracers to have speed. And then I know I play a Warforged artifact for hardcore using human. Just need to get it to 32. Yeah, 34 is pretty solid. So yeah, so I can switch to bracers to get my speed, and then I can put on this necklace that we just got, which is somewhere. Oh no, not necklace. Goggles. This set of goggles. So we get Blood Rage and Life Sealed and that sort of stuff. I'm on Caneth. We're on Caneth here. I keep thinking that I'm going to add the tag or like put in the title or something, and I keep forgetting. But yeah, Relentless Fury is nice, but I already have it. Life Sealed is nice, but I'm already... You play with Deathy and all? I did join Deathy's raid train over this past weekend, but I haven't played with him that much for a while because I have been on the racial grind. So, and he's been at cap, I think, mostly. Or he grinds like 2 cap and then like does raids on the weekends and stuff. So, because I've only been doing 1 to 20 lives, I don't think our levels have lined up in a while. But I was at cap this weekend, and I did join his raid train there. So yeah, we can put these. Oh. Thank you for the follow, J Reeves. Welcome in. So yeah, we could do a little bit of gear Tetrising. What we would lose is we would lose our dodge, so we would need to slot dodge in somewhere, which is fine. Alright, no, thanks for joining and thanks for helping run stuff. Way faster with 2, especially if the other person has like 10 times your damage. So, that, I think we're going to go... Actually, you know, Epic Chronoscope isn't a bad idea, because among other things, Epic Chronoscope is good for a DPS benchmark. Because, if I remember correctly, Epic Elite Chronoscope, the end boss, has almost exactly 1 million health. So it's actually not that bad as far as a damage benchmark is concerned. Except for the fact that you have to get to it, and it's not that accessible. The other one would be the purple demon that you can 100% summon in the wilds of... Why am I blanking on it? Dinosaur Place. Yes, it does. Alright, so it looks like ads are going to start in about a minute. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start ads. I'm going to go get a snack, refill my drink. We're going to come back in 2.5 minutes. We're going to do a little bit of DPS testing on this, besides the fact that I already know it's relatively low. So we're going to go check in the Wilderness in Isle of Dread. And we're going to go check and see how we do soloing Epic Elite Chronoscope. Because the raid title does ask the question, how will it perform? What we found is that it performs at endgame okay, but not nearly as good as like a really kitted out Inquisitive, who just blows everything I do out of the water. So we're going to hit that ad button. I will see you in 2.5 minutes. We won't do anything while ads are running, so no one misses out on anything, and we'll be right back. Alright, we have returned. We have a drink, and we have a snack. And we're going to head to, let's say, Isle of Dread first. I love that every time the harbor is blocked. It's like, I'm aware that the harbor is blocked. It's just one of those funny instances where it's just like, the portal name is blocked, except the portal name is the harbor, so the harbor. I have still not run this quest, so if you didn't know, you don't need to run this quest to get to the Isle of Dread. What you can do is you enter the quest, and then you walk right over here,
surrounded by
and you leave without completing the
He
quest.
doesn't seem to know where he is.
Ta-da!
Or how he got
You're
there.
on the Isle of Dread. So you don't need to run it like, for example, if you joined an Isle of Dread group and they are already like 3 quests in, you don't need to actually run that quest to catch up. You can just like skip through it like that so you can catch up with the rest of the group. It's very convenient. And I didn't know that for a while until someone told me. And because someone told me, now I am telling you. And because there's lots of weird stuff like that in this game that you just don't know unless you randomly encounter it, or you're actively experimenting and looking for it, or someone tells you. So, off we go. Now, there are a few problems with using these different things as DPS benchmarks. Some of them, one of them is immunities and resistances. So, for example, this demon, I believe, is immune to poison and electricity. So if you are on something like, say, now I'm blanking on an example. We'll say an Eldritch Knight that's mainly electric. So chances are you don't have like a wizard-based one, let's say. So you don't have immunity strip on electric. So you can kind of like pseudo-test your DPS by switching to a different element, but at that point you're testing how good can you damage something when you can't use your primary element, which I suppose is a decent test to have, but it's not really what you are looking for to start with. So that is one issue, and the other is, of course, like, you need the right damage bypass. Of course it's up there. So if you didn't know how to summon this demon out here, there are 2 crests. And this is why this demon is relatively convenient for DPS testing. Because you come out here, you grab the 2 crests, and you summon him. He's always here. There's no need to, like, keep resetting to get a rare spawn. He's going to be here. Now, I'm expecting a relatively poor performance, because a lot of this test is burst damage, and we don't have that much burst damage. Particularly because our epic moment isn't a huge damage steroid, as opposed to, I have had Inquisitive lives where I kill this guy within the duration of No Holds Barred, like, or just over. It's like 20 seconds-ish, maybe like 22. We're not going to pull that off here. The other thing is, for a character like this that's going to do a lot of damage from sneak attacks, we're not going to have 100% sneak attack uptime on him. So it's also going to not quite be accurate that way. But let's see. We are going to summon him. Also, it depends on if he wants to actually face us or if he wants to run around. The more he runs around, less we're going to be able to get a good measure of it. So yeah, on one of my past inquisitive lives, he would have already been dead by now. And we lose more DPS time with him running around. So our DPS so far is not great. Are we below 30% yet? Say yes. There you go, we can take a bigger chunk out of him. And yeah. Alright. So I'm using the timer of Know the Angles. I hit it as soon as we started combat, and it was at 35 seconds when he died. So that means that we're doing... Oh look, a Dino Bone Dagger. That's convenient, if I wanted to actually craft myself one. So, what does that mean we're doing? That means 35 means that it took 60 plus 25, so 85 seconds to kill him, which is approximately a quarter of the damage that I could do on Inquisitive. Now, part of that is that Inquisitive has access to 2 of the strongest DPS cooldowns in the game, in No Holds Barred and, what is it, Relentless Advance? Inexorable Advance? The T5 out of the ranged Epic Destiny. They're both super high DPS steroids and just absolutely annihilate things. And therefore, because we don't have access to them, we don't have that same like burst DPS window of this thing will explode in 20 seconds. But overall, oh, thank you for the follow, Harlem Knight. Heroic and Epic Chronoscope. Hello? Yes. Hello? Yes. Let me talk to you. Welcome in. So, that's that. And it's just like, well, it took us over 2 minutes. Oh no, sorry, not over 2 minutes. It took us about a minute and a half. A little less. So, we will see. We want Epic Elite, because we can't do Reaper, obviously. And we're going to see how well this goes. Now...
You have arrived at the Chronoscope excavation site.
Yes, thank you.
Nelgan is here somewhere. But can this place truly help her find her brother? Or is she being deceived?
Alright.
Nelgan smiles at you and turns to speak to the others. Professor Tremus gleefully turns to the nightmarish Mind Flayer.
We're not going to do like all the optionals or whatnot, just because those are for more drops. If I wanted drops, I would join a group. This is mostly just to kind of test the build a little bit, just make sure that it can do this, which, let's be real, it should be able to.
He was performing
especially with like no Reaper taking down our avoidance stuff. It's like, okay, so we got 25% range corporeality, 75 concealment. We got 30-ish
and I lost
dodge.
sight of Nat. Oh, Nat, where did you go?
Sorry, we have 40 dodge. How did we get 40 dodge? Why do we have 40 dodge?
Nell and her companions
there we
vanished
go,
into
because
a
we have
portal.
Measure the Foe up.
Before
right,
you can
yes.
follow, a green creature appears out of nowhere and sneers, "All right, boys.
Oh, I'm actually missing
Tremus's
dodge
orders had to kill the squid face and anyone else left here."
Hi. Okay. You die. You die. That's a good sign.
With a blood-curdling scream, the last of Bazdor's crew is dispatched.
Yeah,
it
that's a very
appears
good sign.
Caratrix survived their attack. The Mind Flayer struggles to its feet.
And off we go. We go into the tavern.
Is this Is
Step
this
1,
the
into the
Stormreach
tavern. Go up,
marketplace?
talk to the dude. Come
You
back
hear the
down,
sounds
talk
of
to the other
pillage and
dude.
slaughter.
Go kill a
A
bunch of
mystical
dudes. Talk to
doorway
a dude.
floats
Go to the
against
bank.
the
Kill
east
a dude.
wall of the tavern.
And so on
Whoever
and so
created
forth.
it may be powerful enough. Down below you is the marketplace, now a war zone in the midst of a devil invasion. At the center is a huge
Now,
red tent.
the
but
downside
it is not the
to
tent you remember.
using
Something strange
this
is happening
as-
there.
Well, there are multiple downsides to using this as a DPS benchmark. One, it takes a bit to get to, even if it's like, okay, it's a good round number, you've got 1,000,000 health to chew through, great, but it's at the end of the quest, so you have to run the whole quest to get there. Another one is, of course, more relevant for something like a caster, which is that the end boss here, which is the dragon, well, it's got a bunch of different forms, and those forms are immune to a bunch of different elements. So if you don't, so depending on which element you're using, and if you have stripping, and if you have like resistance bypass and so on and so forth,
the devils
your
appear
results
to be
can
interrogating
vary a
him.
lot.
The evil Tremus begins laying down his demands
So
for
that's
Nelgan's
not going to be a problem for
You
us.
will go to the Bank of
We run into more problems as
to the
melee
Lord's
with,
March branch
do I
just
have
next
damage
door.
bypass for this?
There, you
Now,
must acquire the key
our
to the
main
Gans
hand doesn't have a
deposit
lot of
box.
damage
I
bypass
don't
on it.
care
We have
what you have
cold
to do
iron,
to get it.
we have magic,
Bring
we
the key
have...
back to me. Nelgan.
What else do we have? Just cold iron and magic. Like, our offhand has adamantine on it. We are doing full damage to the devil troopers, so that's a good sign. So let's double check our weapon. What is our damage bypass like? Pierce, oh, right, good. Right, we have good from having the helm on, which I think is all that we need here. So we have Pierce, good, cold iron, and magic.
High atop a platform in
Oh.
the bank lobby, tiefling armorers nail metal plates directly
Okay,
onto
this
a
is not
huge
going to be
devil.
good. So
It sees
unfortunately,
you
because I
and
aggroed stuff
bellows,
outside, we have yellow dungeon alert. Which means the boss is going to have extra defenses. So that's unfortunate. Fortunately, if you were watching earlier when we were in Myth Draenor, the boss at the end of the, let's see, well, the humanoid, the drow boss at the end of the Portal to Below quest had about 200,000 health. Whereas this guy, Bloodplate, is sitting at, I think it was about 330,000. So, all things considered, especially given that we don't have a Reaper damage penalty, we should be fine. Oh, hello, Bloodplate. He's the lowest third. No, he needs to get below 100,000. Oh, he disappeared before I could execute him. Boo. I do like that not only do you get the healing from Primal Scream, but because it is actually the effect of a heal spell, you also get the ability to dispel diseases and such. So that's what was more helpful to us there. Okay. We want to kill the Arcanist. Oh, he appeared on us. Okay. Hi. There we go. So, the question of whether or not we can solo this place is pretty well answered at this point. Like, if we can kill Bloodplate, I think that we can kill everything.
Will fall this day. You have the deposit box key.
So,
now, to
it's not
return
really
to
going
the
to be an
Phoenix
issue. It's just
Tavern
going to be a
and trade
question
it for
of
Nelgan's life.
how fast can we kill the dragon at the end. And that'll depend on a couple things. Like, it'll depend on which forms does the dragon take. Do we get hit with a bunch of overruns and knocked down? Like, that sort of stuff. Did I get the myth ring or item I wanted? I got a necklace that I can't currently wear because I would lose my attack speed. And I need the attack speed on another item before I can swap it out. If you're asking about the assassinate bracers, no, I did not. 8 loots for me to ransack, and our Inquisitor friend who joined us there, he joined a couple in, so 6 loots for him. So total 14 pulls, no bracers. 2 sets of absorbed
Tremus eagerly takes the key
and a
unlocks
variety
the
of
deposit box.
sentient
At
gears,
last
basically. We've got some
I have
weapons.
it. The weapon that I
Some
traveled
weapons, some
back
shields,
in
that sort of
time for. The sliver of time. Now, to keep my bargain, I shall return Nelgan to you as a dying old
Also,
woman.
did the Ettercap quest to ransack.
That's better.
He
Now
was
that I
looking
have
for
stolen her
a
youth
rune
for
arm,
myself,
and I was looking
I'm
for
headed for the
a,
market tent, where I
cloak?
shall kill General Sulamades with the
We
sliver
did
of
not get
time
either of
and
those.
become the new leader of the Devil Army.
Whenever that check, you'd like double check you're in the right quest. Yeah, that's an understandable reaction. It's like, are the drop rates bad, or am I wrong? But the thing is, it's not like we were getting a bunch of, like, other named items that weren't the ones we wanted. So, in theory, so since we are on R1, we should have about a 1 in 3 chance at a named item per loot. So, we had a total of 14 loots, which means on average, because statistics don't say you're guaranteed this, but on average, we should have seen about 5 named items total. We saw 2. So
whatever the devils are doing in
got
the
unlucky.
market, the sliver of time must be destroyed in order to save
So
Nell.
that's just
but
how
it's
that is.
somewhere in the market tent. Vahir has opened up a secret way for you to
Like,
get
I mean, I
there
could
through
do the whole
steam
like
tunnels.
binomial distribution thing to see the odds of getting X number or Y or whatnot, but it's really kind of a moot point. You get what you get. You can go back and calculate the odds of,
Only
like, if
hours ago,
we'd started from the
devil
beginning,
legions moved
what are
through
the
the steam
odds that we
tunnels
would
in an
have
attempt to
had
flank
a,
the 12.
this
At least
exact
some
luck?
of them are still
And,
here.
you know,
You
I
see
can
a
calculate those
grotesque
odds.
Orthon
They're not
captain
actually
below,
very hard odds to
sporting a
calculate.
large repeating crossbow on his arm.
But they're also not meaningful odds to calculate because it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change what drops you got. Okay, you went up here. Of course you had to jump up on a thing.
The Orthon archer collapses
And you see
from your
why I
relentless
said,
blows.
alright, if we can
Now,
kill Bloodplate,
somewhere
we're
in
pretty
this
much
sewer should be
guaranteed
the
that
portal to the market
we can clear.
tent.
Because Razor Arm is much easier than Bloodplate. And the final boss is not too much harder. It's actually easier in some ways. Bloodplate has a harder DPS check, because if you don't do enough damage, he does heal a little bit every time he goes up top. So if your damage is low enough, you literally cannot get past him. No matter how good your sustain is, you're just eventually going to just stand there, and you heal, and he heals, and you heal, and he heals, and neither of you die. So it's just not productive if you don't bring enough damage for Bloodplate. And this was something that was particularly on display shortly after the legendary version dropped. Legendary Bloodplate has a ridiculous amount of health. Like, even on, like, not the highest difficulties possible.
Tremus is attempting to summon the Devil General to this tent.
And
But when
he
sees
also
you,
has that
Tremus
nasty
stops
fire
his
shield
incantations
surprise.
and
So it's just
fumes,
like,
"It's you
and
again!
you're attacking fast,
Does it
and you're
take to
attacking
make
fast,
you
and
give
you're
up?
attacking fast,
My
and the
Abishai
fire shield
minions,
comes up,
come,
and if you don't
destroy
notice
the mortal
immediately,
pests!"
you die. Because it ticks for a ridiculous amount per hit. Yes, I need all of really greater command immediately. Hey, dumbasses, come fight me. Come fight me, hi. Hi, hello, yes. Yes, hello, thank you. I would like all of you to group up in my nice, like, chain whirlwind thing I got going on here. Wrong ability. It's fine, though. And I failed a greater command thing again. I even have slippery mind, and I'm still failing these. I just have terrible will saves, I guess. I can do this to increase my saves. I'm pretty sure that that's another effect of the super dodge thing. Wait, are they all up there? Okay, I thought the electric one had gone invisible. So, and I hadn't actually killed it. But it looked like it just retreated to form this. So, let's see. We're gonna need a timestamp for when we start fighting it. Obviously, I'm gonna prefer a round number. So what we're gonna do is, we're not gonna go based on when it spawns, we're gonna go based on when I start hitting it. So we can control our numbers. Alright. Joined Abishai Destroyer has been formed. Let's see what we got going for us. Alright. Oh no. Okay, ready, go. And immediately overrun. And we can just face tank it because obviously we can. It just doesn't hit that hard, and as we mentioned, we have good evasion or good evasive abilities. Now, one trick here is, well, one, we don't want to be hitting that. We do need to make sure we keep up our debuffs. Like, we do have to keep doing the poison debuff from the rogue assassin tree, because that's plus 10 damage right there. We need to hit our boosts every time they come off cooldown. We need to hit all of our abilities every time they come off cooldown, actually. And there is something he did earlier that could have thrown things off substantially as well, which is that he put a debuff on that slowed our attack, which really would have affected us, but we were able to dispel it with the heal from the primal heal. So let's see here. Yeah, I think I left that on available. And okay, we had 10
with a
seconds
combined
left,
scream of
or like 11
voices,
seconds left.
the Abishai perish in a swirl
So
of power.
we're looking at just
At almost the
under
same
2
moment,
minutes.
you become aware
so
of something
we'll say it was
arriving
108
in the tent.
between 108
A
and 110
gigantic
seconds.
devil now stands next to Tremus.
So
It
that's
stares
a million damage.
disdainfully down at him and bellows,
So million over 100, 10k, and it took us a little longer than that. So let's say like
"You're the one
9.5k
who will
ish.
die when I use the sliver of time to drain your youth."
Let's ask Google. 109. Oh, even
The sliver
lower.
of time shattered.
About 9,200 damage per second, which is not super impressive.
No, mercy, my Lord Sulamades.
Of course, we don't need to wait for the portal here. We have Shadow Dancer. We can DD. It's fine.
With
But the question
Sulamades'
of,
departure, the tent begins
can this
fluttering with a
rogue
massive
solo
impulse of
this quest?
infernal
The answer
energy.
is
It
a
may
resounding
not be
yes.
prudent to remain here much longer.
In fact, incredibly easily would be the more accurate answer to that question. It's like, can they? It's not like yes, kind of, maybe, almost. It's like, no. It's like, you just walk in and you kill stuff, and it can't really hurt you. That's just how this quest went. Let's see, what other stuff shall we test this rogue's
The
performance
devil
in?
magics around the market tent have finally
Just a
reached
hair
their peak.
more time
Whatever
left.
they are trying to do, it is happening now.
But let's see, what do we have? We got a greater token and some slivers of time. And we got Diablo String. Not bad. The demonic shield thing is really, really nice. Actually, you know what? If I really wanted that assassinate necklace, I could get it. I think I have enough chronoscope runes. Maybe. We'll check as soon as we're done recalling. Alright. You. Show me. Oh. Wait a second. Are time runes from killing time, or chronoscope? Oh, let's see. Yeah, time runes are killing time. Chronoscope runes are chronoscope runes. Okay. We have 5,000 chronoscope runes. So if we wanted to grab these out and check for our assassinate necklace, which I believe is Black Abishai. Also, first we're going to gather. We have a bunch of like random heart seeds around. Okay, chronoscope. Pendant to the Black Abishai. Assassinate. It would cost $12.50. I don't care that much, mostly because I don't have the rest of my set up and ready. Because, as we were talking about earlier, the problem is, it's an X slot. And that's where my part of the family is right now. So if we did that, we need to figure out a whole different way of getting our set to, you know, have melee power again, have fort bypass, have double strike. Like, I don't have artifact bonuses to those, I don't think. Except for, oh, maybe? You gather. You gather. Let's see. Legendary spell power. Legendary dodge. Artifact bonus to dodge is nice. Heroic. Legendary. So we do have a fort bypass, solar gem. And we have a double shot. We have 2 double shots, not double strikes. And are there any here because I ran out of room? Right, we do have a double strike legendary. Okay. So I could, in theory, take the necklace. Where is the necklace? This one. Oh, sorry, the goggles. I could put double strike in these. And that would be good. Of course, I lose my melee alacrity, which would be the problem. Now I could drop these to get melee alacrity. Then I need slot dodge somewhere. The rest of the stuff on this doesn't matter, but I would need to slot dodge because I am currently... Alright, well, you say, oh, it's only 2%. You get 9 from Reaper, so you're fine. Well, the problem is, not only do I get more max dodge in Reaper, but we also would be losing 13. So, 13 minus 13 plus 9 is still minus 4. So we'd still be below our dodge cap. And we don't want to be below our dodge cap. Let's just do one last quick check of... Category. Daggers. Let's see if there's any other dagger we might want to just take a shot at. Actually, let's do a more thorough comparison of the random dagger we got here. There we go. Legendary Dagger of the Fallen Age. So, we do want to compare it to the bottom one, so that's good. So, let's see. We're going to take you... So, you go here. And then where is our Dagger of the Fallen Age? No, not that one. Legendary Dagger of the Fallen Age. Okay, so let's do a quick comparison of these two. So we've got chaos damage on hit. We are chaotically aligned, so that's not a problem for us. Keen does not matter because it does not does not strike with it does not. That's what it was. I combined strike and stack for some reason. So it does not stack with improved critical, so it doesn't really matter that much. Also, like, Vorpal's bypass fortification. I've got 94% fort bypass. And the only stuff I'm worried about that not being enough on is, like, raid bosses. And in raid bosses, someone's bringing deconstruction, someone's bringing thunder armor. Like, it'll have some form of debuff that makes that not necessary. Like, there's even stuff like that I don't expect people to bring. Like, there's the falconry thing that drops fortification by 50%. So, we don't really care about the keen. A little bit of extra damage on hit and critical hit is nice. The aligned is very good for alignment bypass. So, that's nice. As compared to the legendary Ancient Volcurum Dagger, which adamantine bypass, which is not as good as aligned, but it works on different things. Then we have wounding, which doesn't do anything, giant bane that doesn't do anything, giant slayer that doesn't do anything, and poison blast that doesn't do anything. So really, the question here is, oh, interesting. That's odd. So maybe this is... So what I'm looking at here is the damage numbers and the number of dice. So I thought that the number of dice you had when they redid this balancing within the last year or two, like, it's supposed to be based off of the weapon's essentially item level. Now, the crafted one here has 6, and it's min level 30. But the min level 33 one from Myth Draenor here only has 5.6, which seems odd. It's min level 33. I didn't think the effective level of the crafted level 30 stuff was that much higher, because this should have a baseline of 3 higher, and then this gets extra special bonus points. In any case, we can put that there. And let's pick one more thing to test this character on. I'm not sure what I want it to be, though. So let's take a look at possible quests we could shove ourselves into. Or, of course, if anyone has any suggestions or things you'd like to see me attempt, we could do that. But let's take a look. Let's see, we've got Wayloon quests. Astral Ambush, what is this? In Sharn? Okay, sure, why not? We got Bark and Blade, that's Morgrave. We've got a variety of, like, quests. Let's have something perhaps a little trickier. Oh, nope, I know it. I made up my mind. Take me to Gatekeeper's Grove. We are going to go attempt to kill Zagathmoy. Oh wait, we can't attempt to kill Zagathmoy. And we can't do it because we're not flagged. there's a good chance that I would be flagged if this weren't an iconic, because I do like Temple of Elemental Evil, so I'll often run it. If the build is strong enough at that level, like if it's hit the necessary power spike to do that. But this is an iconic, and these are level 8 quests. So instead, we're just going to go for, we'll say, the top of the Temple of Elemental Evil. And we'll have to leave the bottom for some other time.
Huge bronze doors are carved with strange runes. It's clear that at some time in the past, the doors have been sealed with soft iron. Then you notice the
Maybe we'll need to do this differently.
Gouges that show the seal has been broken, and a cold shiver runs down.
Just sneak by them. Do-do-do-do. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
On the wall above this rune is a small etching in the shape of a key.
Guess I was. We should have a quick moment, just in case we got there silence. So even if stuff is still the idea here was that stuff will still kill itself by trying to hit us, even if we are pacified. And it kind of worked. Not fully. So we got that. So that's one thing. Like, this room is particularly troublesome because of the silence. And okay, we detour back. Walk up, kill things. Kill things. Or half kill them anyway. Oh, did I pick up? Yeah, I picked up another group in here. Alright. Go. Oh, hero's Soleil. Yeah, you hit pretty hard, but unfortunately you do not have the health to live through this. However, benefits of sneaking. You know this ballista here? How they shoot at you?
On the wall above this rune is
Not if you're sneaking.
in the shape of a key.
So that is something that stealth can do for you. So I think what we're going to do as far as testing goes is we're actually going to try this same quest again, but we are going to up the skulls on it. Or maybe it would be better to do that for the next quest. Perhaps the next quest is the better deal there. We'll do it that way, actually. Now we come here to the end. The Earth Elementals might be a problem, because Earth Elementals have a huge amount of just flat damage resistance, which is super effective against builds like this one that do a lot of small hits. So we're gonna have to actually like maybe play like more reasonably safe. So we're gonna do Assassin's Trick first. You can see that our front number is usually 0. Perhaps we should have saved our epic moment, because these guys are a massive problem to me. mean, obviously we can heal, and we should have been healing earlier. Not least reasoning being that, well, we need to put it on cooldown so that we can do it more. We will, however, make sure to keep using our spinning chains. Our spinning chains give us extra dodge and dodge cap. We did manage to get another heal off, so that's good. And every time we get a heal, we get 200 more temp health. So we got that going for us. However, we are flying a little close to the sun here as far as our health total is concerned. There we go. Some nice bigger hits in there.
His elementals have.
Alright, so, as expected, the elementals are a bit of a problem. If we were going to try to scale this up and do higher skulls on this quest as opposed to the next quest, we would definitely need to pull them so we were getting them one at a time. Now that was all 4, however, so we should be good to go on killing this dude. Get back here. Back here, take your debuff. So he's got like 200,000-ish. Fortunately for us, he does not hit as hard as a lot of the other stuff that we encountered in earlier quests that also have the same amount of health.
Roman, curate of the Earth Temple.
Alright,
Falls
did we get any useful loot? Nope. Which is, so far, pretty much the story of this life. Also, I once again, when I was at low health and having trouble with them, forgot to be using my tumble charges defensively when I was against the Earth Elementals.
The Earth Temple key.
I've never taken this talent before, or not talent, this feat before, so I'm really not used to using it. Now, if this were heroic, I would definitely go and find one more guy for the extra XP. However, we're experience capped, so we do not care. We do not care one bit. Alright, hello. Alright. Let's start out the difficulty at R4, which should be a significant bump. And I am probably going to have trouble with the red-named Earth Elemental at the end. But we'll find out. Hell, I might have trouble with the Air Temple Prelate, because he does that poison thing, which is a problem for me. I think at least I'll be able to clear the Constitution damage with Shout, but that's
this area of the temple
that's sort of
housed those faithful to the Air Temple.
Not amazing
now,
overall
the
anyway.
in disarray,
like,
and orcs have taken over these quarters.
I'm a little bit more concerned about some other stuff. Hey, I landed an assassinate! Yay! Ah, great. Disturb the neighbors. The neighbors brought a famine reaper, which is not ideal. But, you know, that temporary health on kill, coming in real handy. Oh, Stone Guard, how dare you. Alright, so we are going to let our charges build up here, because if we stay stealth for 5 seconds, we get extra stuff.
A man in air temple robes stands huddled in the corner.
And yes, I know he won't be hit by the assassinate, because obviously he's red named and he can't be assassinated. Well, I guess that's not necessarily obvious if you haven't played an assassin before, but yeah, red named things, you know, they're immune to a lot of stuff, and one of the things they're immune to is insta-kill effects like assassinate. So, now you know, if you didn't before.
Hell no. The last cleric of the air temple
well,
falls to the ground.
we did use our epic moment there, so we won't have that available to us later.
Find the air
But
temple key on his person.
it worked. Now, we can choose for this next part whether or not we want to actually fight the demon. Because it's getting a little late, so we're a little short on time, we're going to choose to skip him. And the reason that we can choose this is we have Dimension Door, so
The air
can drop
temple
our
key
Dimension Door,
sits behind a barrier on the altar. The wind
grab the key, go
circling
through the door,
room, rush
and
faster
he's not going to
as the
bother
key
us
is
anymore.
taken from the altar.
And this way we go. So, again, our Dimension Door, actually it might not be off cooldown, 2 minutes? We'll see. We're going to pay money to skip the fire one, or the fight for the fire one at least. And hopefully our Dimension Door is off cooldown by the time we get to the Water Temple. Because in the Water Temple, what we want to do is we want a Dimension Door out so we don't have to fight the cube.
Follower of the way.
A stern voice.
The cube is a pain to fight.
Just in time.
It's just gonna like engulf us, and it's a bad time. So,
Sits a small,
what ritual? Walk away. Here,
cleric call.
have 20,000 plat.
Your tribute honors us.
The prefix
There we go.
bow.
We had to deliberately
All will
respec
bend
ourselves
the
earlier
knee
to spend 500,000 plat
or
so that we could clear our
die
inventory and sell things. So
stubbornness.
now, we're just gonna be like, hey, you know what? We're just gonna spend the plat. Because why wouldn't we? Hello, Beastmark. Just dodges the assassin. Okay. I guess I don't have enough dodge by that. Okay, off we go. Or I should say in we go, because we are going in.
The air in this room is almost uncomfortably free.
Over here, get ourselves some water. We see a Plague Reaper up there. He'll attack us in a minute. It's fine. Water altar. There we
As you fill
go.
the pool, the
Hasn't
barrier
attacked us yet.
disappears.
Okay, sure, why not? And Dimension Door is off cooldown. So,
Adherents of the water temple
Once more.
pray softly in this small chamber.
Dimension Door,
A small piece of the room
Key,
begins to shake,
Dimension
and
Door,
a shimmering wall
and we don't
appears at
fight the
entrance
gelatinous
to the
cube.
chamber.
Now, when they redid this quest, they did make the gelatinous cube fight easier. And they did that by before, when you grabbed the key, a magical barrier came up and sealed off that room. Now, when you grab the key, a magical barrier comes up and seals off that hallway. So you have a lot of space to like run around and kite now, as opposed to just being stuck in that one room. There we go. He does start making his saves to break out, but it is not enough. So this has been easier than expected. I was expecting that R4 would actually be a problem, but it is Temple of Elemental Evil, and what I mean by that is it has an actual boss fight, and the boss fight is where I am expecting the difficulty to come in. But we have our keys. Time to go to the boss fight.
With the 4 barriers dispatched, the way into Falrinth's
So,
chambers
I
opens.
believe that we're going to fight in the Earth Elemental Quadrant, because what I want to do is I want to kill the Earth Elemental last, just because the fewer things that are alive, the less damage we have incoming. And we don't have an amazing amount of healing, so less damage incoming is kind of important. Because basically our entire healing is one heal spell that scales with melee power every 30 seconds. That's what we have. We also do have
the stony
the
visitors in this room suggest this is the
we have this that if we're below 40% health, we get a little bit of healing every 6 seconds. So let's see. 2d10 positive healing. So 1d10 is 5.5. So 2 is 11. So we get healed for 11. That scales with 200% melee power. So looks like we're at 300 melee power, but we won't be. That's with our stealth buff. So let's say 500 total, because it's going to be like 250 doubled. Actually, let's just exit stealth and get an actual number. But suffice to say, every 6 seconds we get healed for 11. Healing amp is only 130. And then we take a 70 or 80% penalty for being an R6. Or sorry, R4? Maybe it's 60%. And let's see, melee power. Yeah, 275. So 275 times 2, 550. So 11 times 6.5 is going to be 66 plus a half. We're just going to round to 70. So we're going to get healed for 70 damage before healing amp and Reaper effects come into play every 6 seconds. It's not a lot, but who knows? Maybe it'll be just enough to save us. Now that we're done with our math break, we can go in and fight the boss. So we want to probably kill either air or water first.
The wizard followed,
because they're the ones that I think are going to be doing the most damage to me as compared to how much I can do about it, basically.
Using the arcane power
because Earth is going to be... Oh, that's not good. Okay. So ads just started for a bunch of people. And that's not good. Okay. Okay. Alright. Fine. Fine. I wasn't paying attention and it started ads on me.
Getting started. Preach! Take care of that.
Okay. So, it's okay. We'll make this work. Kind of. Probably. Hopefully. We have like 1 minute left on ads. For everyone stuck in ads. That's right. That's right. You got nothing. You got nothing. I got a pillar. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about me having a pillar? Huh? Huh? That's right. What if I do this? I got a pillar and I'm sneaky. Excellent. Oh, right. This does give me time to ban someone. We had a bot invade the stream. Ban. Alright, welcome back from ads. That was terrible timing on ads. Suffice to say, we survived the elementals. And they summoned Creech, and we ran away from him for a while. And then we ran around this pillar, and then we stealthed, and he lost track of us. So we have successfully given him the slip long enough for you to get back from ads, so you can see the rest of the fight. He used to be red named, so he wouldn't have been able to be turned into gold. But, when they redid it, he's now orange named. And so he can, in fact, be turned into gold. Falrinth only has 140k. Howard stun. Alright, we didn't roll a 1, so it only lasts for like a second. But Black Dragon Bolt hurts a lot. Yeah, that lack of magic resist really coming back to bite us here.
Falrinth motions wildly,
Okay.
attempting to invoke a complex spell. But he never completes the gesture.
Oh.
His fight is
Okay.
already over.
So before we up our skulls from 4 to 6 for our next attempt, I need to go grab an item out of the bank.
Falrinth's chambers are dimly lit. On a table, if Falrinth's
Because we're going to keep going until we fail.
The demon Zuggotmoy has nearly been freed.
And we're going to go up by 2s. So we just beat 4. We're going to try 6 next. If we beat 6, we go to 8. If we beat 8, we go to 10. Chances of that happening are slim to none. But, you know, sometimes weird stuff happens. Yay, subtle pain. Okay. And hey, you know, 5,000 Reaper XP, which isn't terrible. But, before we go in for R6, as I said, I need to go grab Spell Absorb out of the bank. Because I don't think I will be able to live through Falrinth without it. Now, the downside to putting on Spell Absorb, it goes to my cloak slot. So I lose a bunch of physical resistance rating. And, wait, is there a bank here? There is not. We'll go to the one in the harbor. So we lose physical resistance rating, and we lose ice resistance, and that's it. So it's entirely possible that he's just going to cast so many spells that it chews through all of the Spell Absorb charges. But if that happens, we'll just deal with it. We don't need this swapping here anymore. I'm just going to go over here to Mr. Bankerman, sir, and say, "Excuse me, sir, I would like my Fjarlan Mirror Cloak, please." Show me cloak. Show me min level 22 and up. Legendary Fjarlan Mirror Cloak. There we go. 20 charges of Spell Absorb. I'm mostly hoping that it will soak the Black Dragon Bolts. Because every time one of those things lands, it's gonna deal like 3,000 damage to me. Because the one we were just in on R4, it was ticking for like 600, I think. And it has 4 ticks. So that was like 2,400 damage. And yeah, we're not going to be able to soak that much in R6. So hopefully the Spell Absorb helps us out there. I don't know if it will or not. But we're at least going to go in somewhat prepared. Because so many of our defenses are physical. You know, the concealment, the incorporeality, the dodge. All that, great against people trying to hit us in melee. Not so good against spells. Alright, so, with our buffs up.
The strong wind circulating this chamber suggests that this
And off
is,
we go.
or was,
Now, the
air
first question is whether or not we want to wear our spell-absorbed cloak when fighting the air temple dude. I don't think we'll need it. Also, I think most of the damage from him is from his melees, oddly enough.
This area of the temple once housed those faithful to the air temple. Now, the air temple is in disarray, and orcs have taken over these quarters.
I have deflect arrows. Now, see, this is what I was hoping to do more as an assassin. It's just like, haha, I have grabbed one of you, and you are dead. And then this guy hits me for insect swarm, and now I get to take 1,000 damage as it ticks on me. That's fine, we can still sneak while damage is ticking on us. Sometimes we'll just go in and swing our chains around and see if that works for us. It did, in fact. We took a good chunk of damage, but I was gonna say we can heal it back, but unfortunately, we did not wait long enough. So you do need to wait after you exit combat for you to count as actually having exited combat. And we didn't, so we still took our healing penalty, which is unfortunate. We're just going to put that on for a second. Oop. This back on. Now, in theory, we should wait like 20 seconds here, because what we want to do is we want to have our heal available for mid-fight if we need it. But we're going to go in...
A man in air temple robes stands huddled in the corner of this cold, dark room.
That is a full duration 20-second symbol of stunning. Holy crap. Let us hope he does not land another one of those, because if he does, we probably just die. Okay. Below 30% yet? Yeah, there it goes. Take a big chunk out there. Okay.
The last cleric of the air temple.
So
on the wall above this room,
it did hurt
is
a decent
small
amount.
etching in the
Oh, and we
shape
do
of a
learn
key.
how much our little tiny regeneration heals for. 33 in combat, 132 out. Fortunately, because Temple of Elemental Evil has these doors, you get healed every time you go through a door. So we don't really need to heal up between fights that much, because we're going to get healed up between fights whether we want it to happen or not, because we're
The
in
air temple key sits behind a barrier on the altar.
I wanted Dimension
A
Door.
note next to it, the wind
Key,
circling the
door.
room rush
Done.
faster as the key
And same
is
as
taken
before,
from the
we're
altar.
going to go to the Fire Temple. In the Fire Temple, we're going to pay the money. And then, by the time that we get to the Water Temple, our Dimension Door will be off cooldown, so we will again choose to not fight the ooze. Okay. As before, I believe temple cultists, yeah. Temple cultists automatically have on them freedom of movement, which sucks when you're relying on crowd control effects like I am, because they're not going to get stuck, and they're not going to get frozen and turn into gold, because unfortunately, they all have freedom of movement. So we just have to kind of face tank the damage and out-damage them. Which we can do, but, you know.
On the altar sits a small, cracked basin. Come, your tribute honors us, the prefect says.
What level is this quest after the remake again?
All
It says it's level 36. Okay.
To fire, or die in their stubbornness.
So, while it has been remade and it's been streamlined in certain ways, there are certain things about it that remain the same. And that thing with a lot of the temples, a lot of them having permanent freedom of movement, that's always been a thing. And let me tell you, on some caster lives when I was trying to solo this, it tripped me up a lot.
Is almost
like, oh, sorry, you can't hold monster on these. Like, oh. Well, fuck me, I guess. Oh. Apparently our bags are full again. You. Weapons. Get rid of random throwing and ranged weapons. Like random bolts, random darts, random shurikens. You can all go. What about potions? We have random potions in here to drink. Hey, maybe we'll just drink our fire shield potion before we do what? Before we take the final battle.
As you fill the pool, the barrier disappears.
So yeah, as I was talking about before with the changes made. So when you fight the guy, the barrier used to pop up. I'll point to it once I'm done killing these guys. The barrier used to pop up on this archway, so you had to fight it inside that room. After the remake, it pops up at one of these two archways. I forget which one. I know that one forms here. I forget if a second one forms here or not. So you now have a whole long hallway to kite him around in instead of fighting in just this room that is mostly filled with it.
A small piece of metal glints at the back of the room. The room begins to shake, and a shimmering wall appears at the entrance to the chamber.
Great success. And now we just go to the final boss. We'll have to clear a couple more packs on the way. Now, the biggest threat, I think, on the way is going to be a Reaper spawn, like a Despair or Vengeance kind of Reaper spawn, or multiple spawn, because sometimes they just do that, just because. One, two, three, 4, and 5. Do we need to kill him? No, but sometimes it's about sending a message. That message is... Ooh, Remnant's chest. Reaper, of course, has true seeing. Can't sneak by. You can, however, turn him into gold. He's going to be gold for only 2 more seconds. And then he's going to turn around and hit me for 900. Let's see. I don't know why it does the... Where is his swing? This is the problem with being a two-hand fighting thing. is that when you try to find anything else in the logs, it's just filled with all of your attacks. You're hit by Reaper's slowing touch. So I don't know what the double attack from the Plague Reapers are. Because it hit me for like 100 plus 700. And I don't know if like one part is like a special scaling thing or what. But suffice to say, Reapers are going to be one of the biggest threats, especially if one spawns like during the end fight.
With the 4 barriers dispatched, the way into Falrinth's chambers.
Or if we get like high-level Reapers on the way. Now, there's only going to be like 3 or 4 places where stuff can spawn on the way. But that's a couple opportunities to die. So yeah, there's a group can spawn there, group can spawn there, and stuff can spawn on either side of where the barriers used to be. Back when there were only 2 Temple of Elemental Evil quests, like the top half and the bottom half. This is where those gates that you would unlock with keys are.
This is the entryway to Falrinth's chambers.
Defensive tumble, and I still got hit for 500. Oh well. Okay, we're gonna wait for us to be out of combat. There are screams, so we get healed fully. And into the boss room. Know the angles. Displacement. We have our spell absorb cloak that we need to swap to for Falrinth himself.
The wizard Falrinth floats high above this chamber.
Okay.
I know why you have come.
His voice.
But you're
Stealth.
too late.
I don't think we can assassinate these, but we can try to. The problem is, I definitely can't assassinate it here, because he's in his Earth Quadrant, and he's immune to everything, because he's in the Earth Quadrant. But if they wander... Okay, they've all grouped up. Convenient. We killed 2, that means the next wave is going to be incoming shortly. And I'll run over here.
Getting started. Creech, take care of that.
Okay, so he can see me from there, because I'm not stealth. You'll notice that, unlike before, when stuff was like staying as gold for a long time, he's only like blinking into being gold. Well, now that I'm attacking him more consistently, he's getting stuck more.
I'll just have to crush myself.
Okay. Stealth. Swap close. Heal. Okay. Time to find out if we can beat the boss. Okay. The answer appears to be no. My spell absorb was immediately eaten through. Yikes. That is a lot of magic damage. Wait, does Blade Blast Fireball hit me? second. Show me class feats. Okay, where does evasion show up? Is it Marshall? Oh, wait, there it is. I have improved evasion. And I have evasion. Evasion. When you make a successful reflex save to avoid damage, you suffer no damage instead of half damage. You attempt to save versus delayed blast fireball. You roll an 18 plus 72. Save. Fallen's delayed blast fireball hits you for a total of 318 points of fire damage after 21 were blocked by an energy resistance. I made the evasion save, and it still hit me? You attempt to save versus lightning bolt. You roll a 1. Save. You attempt to save versus lightning bolt rebound. You roll a 12. Save. What's the deal, Fallen? Okay. We haven't lost yet. We just need to do something. Alright. Shivers? D-door. And now we need to get to shrines. Fortunately, I know where shrines are. There's one set just inside the fire temple, and there's one side just inside the water temple. And I know that the ones on the fire side are clear of mobs. The only trick is going to be getting through the door. Wait, no, I think these are click doors, not channel doors. Oh, no, they are channel doors. The trick is going to be getting through while we have the gibbers dot on us. Okay, now we wait here for 20 seconds. And then we go back again. We'll also rest to replenish some stuff. It's not going to replenish a ton, because I don't know if you were watching, but the spell absorb on this got absorbed almost immediately. Like, he just spammed spells, and it's just like going down, going down, going down, going down, going down. I think it's because he spams like some multi-target spells. Like, Magic Missile wouldn't take it, because I'm immune to them, so they don't take spell absorb charges. But, like, Searing Ray type stuff, where it's like 7 different rays. Well, not 7, I think it's like 5. But stuff like that, where it's just like, well, congratulations, there go your spell absorb charges. And unfortunately, the item does not fully recharge when you rest. You get 5 back. So, what we're going to do now is we're going to go over to the water temple. And at the water temple, we're going to rest at the shrine. And then, we're going to go downstairs. And once we're downstairs, we're going to rest at the shrine. Because if we fail a second time, my gibbers isn't going to be off cooldown. And I'm not going to cake. So, we only have one more shot at this. So might as well use all the shrines to get as many recharges as we can. Excuse you. Okay. So we're going to go in and we're going to have 15 spell absorb charges. We got him down to roughly half the first time. So we'll see if we can do something a little better here. Now, unfortunately, there is no... Well, okay, there is in Draconic, I think. Like, if I wanted to respec slightly, to try to just straight up beat this boss on as high difficulty as possible. I might go into Draconic, because, wait, no. Energy Sheath isn't a thing anymore, I don't think. Like, I know that they get the ablation thing. Like, where you can put up the, kind of like the absorb shield, but that only absorbs, like, I want to say 120? I think it depends on the level. Like your level, like it scales with your level. But I don't remember how many you get per level. But if they had, like, Energy Sheath, I would probably do Energy Sheath against Acid. The thing is, I was paying too much attention to trying to hit my cooldowns and all that in order to see specifically what damage was hitting me hardest. I think that it's mostly the Acid Dot, but I could be wrong. Right, we were going to rest at this shrine as well. Also, I need the Defensive Tumble. Defensive Tumble, 20% damage reduction. Use it every time all my active abilities are on cooldown. I'm going to be able to use it like 6-7 times, probably. Alright, know the angles. Displacement. Primal Scream. Put on our Spell Absorb. What are our elemental resists like? Alright, we got 21 resists. We got 28 acid absorb. Is there anything I can do with epic feats that would be better here? Let's see, Destiny feats, epic feats. Sorry, I meant past life epic feats. Like, you get absorb as your baseline while blocking damage absorb. That doesn't help me. I still need to hit him. So, yeah, I can get 30% damage absorb against these. But that's not really going to help me. Doing all saves probably isn't helping me any. Either. Let's see, Ancient Knowledge. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we'll take Ancient Blessing. We'll take Heal Amp instead. Heal Amp is going to help us more than saves, probably. And yeah, okay, that'll do it. Alright, where is he? There he is. Alright, we got him to just below half. I do, however, want him to leave the lava section of the room, because I don't want to stand in lava while fighting him. Hi. Book charges are gone. Yep. I don't know why you can't evade his delayed blast fireball, but let's see. How far can I expand this window? That's as far as we can go. Okay. That's as big as we can make it. So, let's see what kills us here. Delay Blast Fireball for 600. Fire Shield. That's hit me for like 15 there. And Alright, it looks like the Fire Shield is doing a ton of damage to me because it hurts me every time I hit him. So, really, if I could get more actual fire resist, like chug a potion of fire resist, it might... I don't know if it would have been enough, but it would have helped. I'm failing crit confirm rolls, so that's interesting. So my hit isn't high enough, and I don't have enough Seeker. And let's see... We hit him, we hit him. Where's him hitting us? And Black Dragon Bolt, ticking for 450. Polar Ray, 600. Yeah, that's basically all I can see scrolling back. Is because we have so many of our things here. Yeah, unfortunately you can only say combat or not combat. I can't just say, show me only incoming, not, and like, don't show me all of my stuff. Go away, chat options. Thank you. So yeah, all of the things that I can see that he hit me with, we have a lot of ticks of Fire Shield. We have a Polar Ray for 600. And we have a Delay Blast Fireball for 600. Now, the Polar Ray I get. Like, you can't evade that. The Delay Blast Fireball confuses me. Oh, wait. Save failure. On a 1. I shouldn't save fail on a 1. I should have this. Like, I'm pretty sure that I took evasion and improved evasion. Please. Show me evasion and improved evasion. Evasion, improved evasion. It does not say gain temporarily, so we did take it while leveling. Which means... Oh, sorry, you don't fail automatically on a 1. I see. So it looks like it did, in fact, make a difference. These 3 saves from this stance made it so I passed this save on a 1. So I took full damage from this Delay Blast Fireball when I didn't necessarily need to. Now, was taking only 300 from that going to save me enough time to get the last 24,000 damage down? Possibly not. What I would need to do that is probably get a magic resist augment from Myth Draenor, so I would be at 100. Also, potentially, I would need to get a artifact set bonus that gave me more, so I could get higher than that, and do something that would give me more magic resistance cap, so I could be at like 120, 130-ish. But yeah, basically, Spell Absorb doesn't work on him because he spams spells so fast. Like, I wish I could have seen what he cast to absorb my spell shields that quickly. Because it was ridiculously quickly. It's just like, I'm gonna wear this so I have Spell Absorb going, and it's gone. It's gone. It's all the way gone. Unfortunate. Okay, so we managed it on R4. We didn't on R6. We gave it the old college try. If we change some gear around so that we have better magic resist rating, maybe if we like drank a fire shield potion, got elemental resist potions. Actually, let me go check that in the market, because I don't know how much of my resist is stacking versus not. So we're just going to go test that real quick. Of course, I do have those absorption boots if I was okay with losing like 500 health for them. I'd like to trade... Wait, no, you're the wand vendor. Potion vendor. You only get the 20 resists though, right? Cast a level 5. Okay. So we'll just double check this for stacking purposes. 21. 31. Okay, so my resist would stack fully with others. So if we wanted to do that again, what we'd need is... Actually, How is our reputation? Particularly with House P. We haven't done anything for House P, so we can't get P buffs. P buffs would be 20 to all resist. So if we did 20 to all resists, if we swapped out a ring for a Ring of Summer, and we got the artifact bonus here. So we could go from taking, let's see, what is it? It's 100 over 100 plus your resist. So 100 over 170 is... $588. So what is the relative damage reduction of 30? Okay. So if that's how much we're taking now... Alright, so yeah. So another 30 magic resist rating would give us 15% damage reduction to elemental damage. I'm still not sure it would be enough. But between that and the flat resists, we might be able to do it. Unfortunately, it is too late to do that tonight. So instead, what we're going to do... see who else is online. Let us see. So there's a couple people online. Alright, now I'm somewhat confused. Do I have a setting wrong? Is something malfunctioning? Everything appears to be working for me. No? Okay. I'm going to assume that this person's stream is just super quiet. So we won't go there. What can we do? Oh, this person's also on Kenneth. Let's just walk in there. Okay. Sure. Alright. Let's toss all y'all over to Void Fire Ethereum. I'm not usually looking around at people this time of night, so I don't know exactly what's gonna be... So I haven't seen him before, but hopefully he gives all y'all a good show. It looks like we're doing a Heroic Catacombs, almost at the end. So, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, I don't know what the raid equivalent is there, so I'm not going to be doing it, so... But for everyone who is around, whether you just clicked on the stream, whether you came here with a raid, whether you're a follower and you've been here the whole time, whether you're lurking, whether you're chatting, whether you're doing any of the above, thank you all for being here and spending the night with me. If you want to be notified when we go live, etc., subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, subscribe on Twitch if you really want to. I don't know if I have like memberships or whatever the hell YouTube's equivalent is. I'll figure it out at some point if I need to. So far I haven't needed to, so I haven't. But thank you again, everyone, for being here. And good night.
This place Try Yang just raided with 8 viewers.
Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. How was your stream?
You're set to followers only. I should have just not rated you because of that right on its own.